everyone, and welcome back. As always, I'm your girl, Candy Washington. So before we dive into today's episode, which is really doing a deep dive into probably some very unpopular opinions about Summer House, but I'm going to get into it. Might ruffle some feathers, but we're going to do a deep dive. I'm also going to talk about Kyle Cooke versus Craig Conover, what's going on with Loverboy versus Spritz, and is Paige DeSorbo a big fat liar? Is she lying? And I'm going to tell you why I think she is, and I have the receipts. So before we dive in, go ahead and like, subscribe, and share. So if that's you guys, if you're in the chat box, say hi. Hi, Kelly. Hi, Miss T. What is up, sweetheart? Thank you for being my mod and holding me down. So you guys, as you come into the room, be sure to say hi. Hi, Tay Tay the Savior. What is up? What is up? What is up? All right, so with that, let's dive right on in. So, like I said, this might be an unpopular opinion, but I'm coming for the girlies. I'm coming for the girlies. I feel like the boys are getting such a bad rap when it's actually the women of the show who are truly, truly toxic. So, rock with me on this. Put your comments down below. So let's break down each of the relationships, okay? So Carl and Lindsay. I call them the only happy on Insta faking it narrative. This is the couple that post on Instagram, we're gone vacation, we're in love, I just got the ring, oh my God, everything is amazing. And then as soon as they hit post, they are fighting, they're not sleeping in the same room, they're beefing with each other, they don't even talk. To me, they are the I'm only happy on Instagram couple. It's all fake. I think that Lindsay was not blindsided at all by Carl breaking up with her. I feel in my gut, she and him to a certain degree were faking it the entire time. And I think that Lindsay was so delulu and had drank the Kool-Aid that she was really willing to get married to this man for storyline. And I think when the reality hit Carl that, oh my goodness, I actually have to marry her. This isn't fake. This isn't, quote, scripted. He was like, whoa, 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 this isn't cool. This is crazy. And he had to reel it back in. Now, I have a theory on something too. And I want to be very, very clear when I say this. This is just a theory. I have no proof, no evidence. I'm not saying this is true. I'm literally saying I'm pulling this out of my head. I think something physical went down between Carl and Lindsay when she was really, really drunk, and that they're not saying that. And I think that's a huge elephant in the room. You kind of see it in how she's like, oh, Carl, blah, 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 like kind of being like robotic with everything. And with him, it's like we had this really big fight and we were not sleeping in the same rooms. And the reason why I had that gut feeling that something physical happened, where I think she did something to him when she was really drunk. And I think that's why her drinking is such a focal point that he can't get over. And he's like, but you get mean when you drunk, but you change your personality when you get drunk. I'm not saying you can't drink, but when you change who you are when you're drinking, you might have a problem too. And I'm going to break down why I think something physical happened. And again, I want to be very, very clear because that is a huge thing to say about someone. This is literally just my gut feeling, something that occurred to me. By no means am I saying that this ever actually happened. I want to be very clear because A, I don't want to be sued, and B, I would never put that on somebody unless it was 100% verified. But the reason why I think something physical happened was if you watch the scenes with Carl's mother and stepfather, there is clearly a deeper issue. There is clearly a big elephant in the room that they are not truly addressing and talking about. Sure, they can say, "Oh, it was so wrong for Lindsay to accuse Carl of being on substances and not being sober, and that's so horrible," which it was, by the way. Like, that's a horrible thing to say to someone who A, is sober, and B, who lost their brother to addiction, to then say on national television, what are you on? What are you taking? You're not sober. This is, nose candy Carl type situation. That's a horrible, horrible thing to say to somebody and put out there, especially if you're about to marry this person. And you do it in a way where you're not concerned for them. It's more of you're shaming them to make what you are doing look better, if you know what I mean. But the way the mother's energy and the stepfather's energy, and even at the not bridal shower or bridal luncheon, whatever the hell it was, the tension between them, something big went down. And I think they all agreed not to say what Lindsay did. And then that's kind of why you have Lindsay, who, yeah, she's coming for Carl, but she's still kind of playing this sort of fake role. And that's why I think Carl really pulled all the way back. That's just a gut feeling I have. Another thing that I was like, I'm super confused on this. This is, again, another example of two people who just are fundamentally not compatible. They are just fundamentally two different people. And when you have two people who are fundamentally different trying to come together, one second, you guys. Trying to come together for a storyline, it's bound to blow up in your face. Also, and again, I'm not trying to blame or bash the woman, but I also don't think it's just the men's fault and they're getting a bad rap. Because when she says to him, I'm attracted to a man who is killing it in life, who's thriving. I need somebody with a job. I need somebody who can provide. I need blah, 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 blah. So she wants a man who is in his heavy, healthy, masculine. He's killing it in life. He is super successful. He has everything going for him. He has his career. He has his purpose. Boom. So then you either go out and find a man who is already that, or you are willing to, like Carl said, pull all the way into your healthy feminine and be soft, that in order to nurture his healthy masculine. And again, I'm not talking about gender or anything. These are qualities, these are essences, these are energies. So if you want your partner to be in his masculine, the best way for you to do that is to be heavy in your feminine. That's how you guys are compatible. Because if you are the man and he is the man, that's not going to work. So when he says, I want you to support me, I want you to be softer, think about your delivery. He's saying those things because there is no way that he can step into his masculinity and be the man that you claim you want when you are trying to be the man yourself. And she needs to stop talking to Gabby about this situation, because Gabby is so wounded and insecure and just so attached to her victim story that she is only going to co-sign your unhealthy, toxic behavior. If you watch Gabby on the after show and even on the show, she's like, yeah, Carl, you don't provide. How dare you tell her to be soft? What do you mean be soft? You're not providing, blah, 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 blah. When you like she just went off the deep end. She's so up Lindsay's butt. It's not even funny. Like, it's so ridiculous. You need people in your life who are not people pleaser, yes people. You have to have people in your life who will check you in a loving and compassionate way. She needs a friend in her life who's going to be honest with her and say, Lindsay, you either need to find a man like the one you listed who is already that, or you need to pull back and cultivate an environment where if a man is not that, Carl, I wouldn't even know if I would consider Carl that, to be perfectly honest with you. You need to pull back into your healthy feminine so then he can flourish in his healthy masculine. because you are not going to bully him into being a man. You're not going to yell him into being a man. You're not going to question him into being a man. What you're going to do is have him leave you, which is what happened. So that's kind of where I land with like Lindsay and Carl. I think that these are two people who are fundamentally not fit for each other. I think he needs to find a woman that is in her healthy feminine so then he can nurture his healthy masculine. I think that she needs a man who is fully in his healthy masculine and checks all of the boxes so that she can heal her feminine, because that's what happening is her divine feminine energy is wounded. And when you have wounded feminine energy, you overcompensate by being overly masculine. And the reason why she can't pull back is because she's in a relationship where she doesn't feel safe to do that. So if you don't feel safe in your relationship to heal your feminine energy, then you need to find a man that makes you feel that way. But finding a man who doesn't, and then trying to change him and scold him and belittle him and emasculate him is not going to make him a healthy masculine man. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. And you need to stop talking to Gabby and just having her be your hype yes person. And so therefore you take zero accountability for everything going on in your life. And Lindsay, I don't care what Paige says. I don't care what Amanda says. I don't care what Sierra says. They don't like you, boo-boo. Paige was reveling. She can lie. In my opinion, she can fake and be phony all she wants about, I'm just being a girl's girl. And like, I'm here for you, Lindsay. And I can talk to you about everything. You know, this summer's so good. Miss me with the BS. I know girls like Paige. The reason why Paige has befriended Lindsay is because it is so clear that Lindsay and Carl were going to implode, and Paige was reveling in that. I bet my bottom dollar, if Lindsay and Carl were happy and healthy, Paige would not be messing with Lindsay at all. She would still be bashing her, and they still wouldn't be friends, and she still wouldn't be really rocking with her like that. Paige, unless she considers you her, quote, friend, is the only type of girl who will befriend you when you're doing poorly, when she feels like she's better than you. Because this whole stuff about someone just needs to tell her, like, you can get out of this, like, it's okay. Paige, since when ever in the history of humanity have you ever given a damn about Lindsay? And let's not forget, Carl rejected Paige. Remember when Paige first came on the scene and her and Carl kept like doing their little thing in like the pantry, and she was like, why don't you call me during the week and take me on dates and blah, blah, blah. And Carl, I keep mixing them up. Carl curbed Paige. Remember, so don't forget that. Don't forget that Paige wanted Carl very badly and Carl curbed her. And now you're going to tell me all of a sudden Paige wants to be your best friend? Girl, bye. I think it's great that they broke up. And I don't mean that in like a negative way, like, oh, it's great people broke up. Obviously not. What I mean by it's great they broke up is because I think now the two of them can go find people or find themselves in a healthier way. This was clearly doomed from the start. The stepfather was 100% correct. I would not marry these people. Carl's mother, her energy, the way, because she was angry with Lindsay. There was an anger in her. And I think that anger, again, I'm not saying this is true. This is a gut feeling. I think Lindsay got blackout drunk and put hands on Carl. She either pushed him or shoved him or maybe like I don't know. But I think something more than what they've shown or said on the show went down. Because the way that mother, her whole energy, and the stepfather was like, and another reason why I thought this was that it was either his mother or the stepfather. I think it was the stepfather said, you know, if you get married and this relationship continues, you're in for like a world of hurt, and it's only going to get worse and worse. Something along those lines. And to me, it just made me think of like when people are like, oh, if they hit you once, they will hit you again. And abuse only gets worse. It doesn't ever get better. So that's what made me think of that, because they were using terminology that I would think someone would say to someone who's been hit. That's what I was thinking. To me, it just, on my gut, it seemed like something deeper happened. But I do think that Lindsay was setting herself up to be the new Ariana. I think she thought, I will come in and I'll be this like feminist, like I'm not going to be a stepford wife. Like who talks like that? Like, excuse me? I'm super confused. Who talks like that? So like, to me, the whole like, I'm not going to be a stepford wife and this, that, and the third was very, very scripted, very, very fake, very, very phony. And just her whole thing of like, well, I just want to say this and I want to say that. And I'm blindsided by this. I think Lindsay was setting herself up to be, and she even called him, you're being like Sandoval right now. You're gaslighting me, blah, 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 blah. You're being so selfish. You're being a hypocrite. All of these very buzzy Sandoval words. The fact that you called him Sandoval, like the work is showing and your slip is showing. I think Lindsay saw that what happened with Ariana, she basically went from a, side player, B player, glorified extra on Vanderpump Rules. Let's call a thing a thing. Ariana has never carried any storyline or even a scene, to be perfectly honest. To, like Lala said, this glorified God, she's getting Broadway, she's getting Lifetime movies, she's getting brand deals and all of this money. She just bought a new, $1.6 million house. She Dancing with the Stars and, Love Island. She blew up over being the woman scorned, the woman who was left by this like mean, big, bad, narcissistic guy who's such a hypocrite. Wah, wah, wah. I think Lindsay was setting it up for herself to be the next Ariana. And then I even saw on either like Reality Blurb or on somewhere where it was like, oh, Lindsay Hubbard talks about her Ariana comparisons. And I was like, your publicist planted that, because nobody is comparing you to Ariana in real life. I'm just saying you wanted to be her. That's what you thought you were doing. But it turned out not to be what you actually were doing. You see what I'm saying? It's ridiculous. So I'm happy Carl is free. I think he made the right choice. And I don't think Lindsay was blindsided. I think Lindsay thought, this is my Ariana moment. That's what I really think happened with these guys. But it's always, I want to know what you guys think. Put it down below. All right, now let's move on to our next toxic woman. So I call this couple How to Ruin a Marriage in 10 Days. Because Amanda. I mean, if coasting in life was a person, it would be her. Who else on Bravo has literally done so little, yet has gotten so much, other than her and Sierra? Because Paige even gives, Paige will give. But Amanda does nothing. Now, the reason why I'm saying she's going to ruin her marriage is because I actually think that Carl is a really great man and is a really great husband. I think he's been branded as this sort of Kyle, oh, Kyle's drunk and Kyle's selfish and Kyle is this, that, and the third. I actually disagree. I think he's a very kind and funny and ambitious, good husband. I think he's a really good husband and a really good person. And what he's saying is, I'm building this brand, Loverboy, not for myself. Because when she was like, he was like, oh, you think I'm working, and her line was like, you're being selfish, or like you're thinking about yourself. He was saying, I was thinking about us. And she said, you were thinking about yourself, which was totally not true. And that's why he went off the deep end and was like, she's such a bee, and I can't believe I have to babysit my wife, and why do people think that's okay, and blah, 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 blah. And in my opinion, he was 100% spot on. Because you are now married to this man. And he has said publicly, his company lost $3 million like 1 or 2 years ago. In the first 6 months of when they were filming, I hope it's doing better now, they had lost $1.5 million. He is the only investor in this company, and he took out a $4 million personal loan. And he is telling you that they are drowning. that they're losing millions of dollars. And you have the audacity to look this man in the face and be like, I want to find my purpose. And, Paige said this and Sierra said this. And I don't know, like maybe I'll do like a swimsuit line. Amanda, if I was Kyle, I would have been like, and here are your divorce papers, sign them and I'll see you later, sweetheart. And then she also had the audacity to be like, let's buy a big house in Jersey and let's get this huge house. And, Amanda, shut up. Are you delusional? Your life partner, your husband, has a $4 million loan debt and his business is losing millions of dollars and he is doing everything he can to make it successful, not for himself, but for you and these imaginary children you want to have one day. And you have the audacity to look this man in the face and say, you're selfish, you're thinking about yourself, and I want to go off and have a passion project? Girl, bye. If you were showing up in the company, because again, I believe Kyle. Do I think Amanda put up some of her money? 100%, but this is now your husband and this is the company that you guys are building together. I think that's totally fine. If you are in a long-term committed relationship and this is your husband, I know she probably put it up before they got legally married, but they're husbands now, but they're husband and wife now. That's fine. And that's not something that you should hold over your partner's head as sort of like ammunition against them. That's extremely manipulative. I put in this money. I did this. I did this. I did this. So how dare you ask me for anything else? How dare you question me? That's very, very manipulative. That's actually a form of emotional and mental abuse. If you are doing something with your partner or for your partner, you should do it. Whether it's giving money, whether it's investing money, whether it's whatever it is. But then don't throw it in their face because you're not getting what you want. That is manipulation at its finest. And also, Amanda, you need to stop taking advice from girls who don't have what you say you want. And I don't mean, because some people are like, oh, if you're married or if you're in a relationship, don't take advice from single people. I don't think that's true. I think you could be in a relationship and take advice from a single person. Or, if you want to be married, don't take advice from, or that, I don't think so. For me, don't take advice from someone who isn't happy with the conditions and circumstances of their own life, whether they are married, engaged, single, open relationship, swinging, whatever floats your boat. For me, I don't take guidance or advice or words of wisdom or even feedback from someone who I don't believe is fundamentally content with the state of their own life. I don't mean the circumstances of their life, like whether they're married or this or that, not that. I mean that they are not fundamentally content because the key is I want the secret to how they found the happiness, because happiness shows up differently for different people at different times in life. The fact that Paige is running her mouth about Kyle, who wants Amanda with him and wants to run the company and is totally in love with her and all of this stuff. Paige, who is, in my personal opinion, in a fake showmance, and we're going to get to her and Craig. Don't worry about it. Why are you listening to Paige, who by all accounts never grew up? This was a grown woman on TV talking about my parents still pay my rent, which is totally fine because you guys know me. I think if you can have a trust fund, you have healthy parents and they are generous and they want to help you, knock yourself out. But it's the attitude you have around it. It was a very entitled, very pretentious type of situation. So I'm like, you're not even fully self-sufficient yourself. How are you giving her advice about being fully self-sufficient? You're not happy in your relationship with Craig. There's been rumors that you've cheated on him. And again, I'll probably repeat this when I get to them. But you're taking relationship advice from Paige? I'm confused. And don't get me started on Sierra. I don't think you have an identity out of Kyle and Loverboy. Well, you're damn right she doesn't, because she is a wife. And she is, the wife of the founder, and she was working with him in her company. Now, I get the sentiment or the understanding of, I also want to have my own sense of self, that I'm not just a wife. I'm not just a partner to my husband. Obviously, I understand that people still want their own sense of authenticity and agency and their own sense of self and their own sense of individuality, 100%. But the problem is they're conflating the two and they're misrepresenting the situation. Kyle was not saying, I don't want you to be happy or fulfilled or purposeful or whatever the case is. He was saying, we as a unit, as a team, as husband and wife, our marriage is in trouble. He said he felt lonely in his marriage. He asked her to go to couples counseling and she laughed in his face. And he clearly said, our marriage is not in a state to bring children into it. And she dismissed him and belittled him all the time. So he's saying our marriage is not stable enough for this. And two, our business is not stable enough for this. Like I said, a couple years before, they lost $3 million. Just before they went into filming, they lost $1.5 million. He has a $4 million loan debt, which, wake up, sweetheart, you're married to him. Depending on the prenup, that is also your debt, Amanda. So you better be doing your little designing and merchandising and figuring out some flavors for Loverboy, because that $4 million defaults, you're on the hook too, boo-boo. Okay? You're on the hook too. So what Kyle was saying was, in the key areas of our life, our marriage and our business finances are so unstable that I cannot fathom you being like, well, now I'm just going to go do a bikini line or design something or have my own thing. That is what he was saying. But Amanda is so weak-minded that she let Paige, who literally is just a glorified influencer's daddy's little girl, spending mommy's money chick, which is, again, fine in and of itself, but am I really going to take life advice from that particular situation about the situation I have? Probably not. Probably not. And Kyle made a very good point in the after show where he was like, I was talking to Paige and Sarah about the business and telling them how it was struggling. And they were just like, oh, well, don't do it anymore. Just like let Loverboy go. And he was like, oh, they really have no idea, like, the stakes of what it truly means to own a business. And like he said, he's like, I have over 30 employees. Those are families. Those are people who just had babies. Those are people with mortgages and rent to pay. Those are lives that he is working to help and make better. And they're just like, well, I'm just going to go model and I'm just going to be an influencer and I'm just going to take pictures. I'm like, just let Loverboy go. Like Loverboy. And even in the show, they're like, well, Loverboy could tank any day now. And he's like, Loverboy is tanking. Like, that was the thing. He was like, listen, we are suffering in every aspect of our lives right now. And for Amanda to be so flippant and so dismissive, like he's being selfish, he's not being selfish. And remember, he got mad, he hit the door and he was like, you act like I work for fun. He's not out there dipping it and doing it for fun. He's out there hustling because he wants to get, and this was another thing where I realized how uneducated Amanda was. She was like, I thought the purpose of a business was to like sell it. But here we are. Amanda, earth to Amanda. The reason why Kyle is working so hard is because in order to sell the business, and he has to be able to turn it and make a profit. If your business is not profitable, if your business is losing money the way he says it is, then he's not going to be able to sell said business at a margin and a profit that probably would clear that $4 million debt. Because if he sells Loverboy, it has to be valued at more than the $4 million, because he's going to have to then recoup all the fees for how much money he's already spent, the $4 million loan he already had. Like, Amanda needs to go to business school. Because when she was like, I thought it was to sell it. Yeah, you sell it when you can flip it. It's like real estate. You sell it when you can flip it for a price. Businesses that sell when they're like bankrupt or they're not doing well, They're selling it to market off, not because they're actually able to turn a profit. Wake the hell up, Amanda. Ding dong. And then you want to talk to him about, oh, let's go buy this big house and let's get all these dogs. And I just want a passion project, when he was like, are you on planet Earth? And that's why he said, it's not okay to babysit my wife. You're damn right it's not. You are a grown adult. And his $4 million debt, sweetheart, is your $4 million debt because you work so hard being his booty call for years. To be honest with you, you're just kind of the girl who stuck around. And I think he grew to love you. And I don't mean that in a mean way, Amanda. That's just what I saw. That's just what I saw. So, and then taking advice from Sierra. I'm going to get to Sierra. Who is taking romantic advice? I will take advice from Sierra if I'm doing a photo shoot. Or I wouldn't even take advice from Sierra for fashion styling. I don't think she has good fashion. I don't think Paige has good fashion. I don't. I think Paige has just gaslit us into believing she's fashionable. But when you actually look at Paige, she's a hot mess. Paige is not fashionable. Amanda is fashionable. I will give Amanda that. She's fashionable and she does have a very effortless, cool vibe about her. Amanda's fashionable. Amanda is cool. I'm going to give her that. But when it comes to your marriage, you're going to ruin it very quickly. Because if my husband comes to me and says, I am lonely in my marriage, I'm worried that if we move and get a home, I will be so isolated. He basically said, I don't want to move to the suburbs because I will be cut off from my support system and what makes me happy. AKA, I'm worried if we move, I will be so isolated, I will be depressed. And he also said that their marriage and their relationship was not a well-functioning enough to bring children into it. So he was like, I don't want to buy a house to put a Band-Aid on a much bigger problem. And then he also told you he wanted to go to therapy, and you laughed in his face and said you should go by yourself. Girl, bye. Girl, bye. And they also are, what do you call it? They're rewriting history too. Because on the show, they were selling it like Amanda was going to start her own business, this bikini swimwear line. That's how it was being sold to Kyle. I want to do something that's mine. I want to design. I want to be creative. I want to start this business. And he was like, our business isn't working. How the hell are you going to start a business when our current business is losing millions of dollars? But then on the after show, they tried to spin it like, well, at least Paige and Sierra. And again, this is how you know how dirty Sierra and Paige really are and how misery loves company. This is how you know how dirty Sierra and Paige are. Because on the show, they were hyping Amanda up. Oh, I just see you being so, cool and this creative director and designer and having your own brand and doing your own thing and being, girl boss and blah, 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 hyping her up like you should do it. Right? And then on the after show, these chicks were like Kyle wouldn't even let Amanda have a hobby. Like she couldn't even have a hobby. I'm confused. Are you hyping your girl up to abandon her husband and the business that they were building to start her own company, her own line, only to now say it was a hobby? You see how dirty your friends will be? That's dirty. Because I thought you were hyping her up to have her own brand and her own business. But then behind the scenes, you're laughing at her and being like, even if it doesn't work out, even if it fails, at least she's doing something. And, she just wanted a hobby, just something to make her happy, just a hobby. Did you tell Amanda to her face that you thought her designs would be a hobby? Did you say that to her face? Or did you wait till you got to the after show with your too little mean girl act and basically was saying, if it fails, her little hobby, let her have her little hobby? Excuse me. If I am like, I am a designer or I am a writer or I am this, and this is what I make my career off, and my alleged best friends are hyping me up. Yeah, Candy, you can do it, girl. You got this. Build your business. You're so creative. You're so smart. Stop doing what you're doing with your husband. Do your own thing. But behind my back, you're like, yeah, that's a cute little hobby. Maybe it'll work. Maybe it won't. It might fail. Whatever. That's a cute little hobby for Candy to have. You see what I'm saying? How dirty that is? And the gag is this. This is the gag. Sierra and Paige, our little miserable mean girls, were trying to act like the fact that Kyle was like, I want to do stuff for myself too. I want to have, I want to be a DJ because he loves music and, he loves cultivating a vibe and all that stuff. Kyle's great. He's a vibe. Kyle's great. He's a hype guy, brings the music, creates the ambiance, all of that. Right. So he was like, I want to be a DJ, this, that, and a third. And they all kind of laughed at him like, oh, Kyle, like whatever. He wants to be a DJ. What a man child, blah, 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 blah. And the whole thing that Kyle was saying about Amanda is that she has no follow through. She just kind of wishy-washy, doesn't really go start to finish. She has no follow through, and she's not really serious about anything. So why take away the little bit that you are doing for the company for something that you're not going to do anyway? And then the gag is, it turns out Kyle has now started DJing. He's taking classes. He like goes and like does like DJ lessons, and he'd be like, okay, babe, now I'm gonna go work on my DJing. And to me, that is called self mother effing care. He realized that, you know what? You're gonna sit here and play in my face and act like I went into $4 million debt for myself when I'm doing this to be able to flip this company one day so our family doesn't have to worry. Because that's what Kyle is trying to do. He's trying to build generational wealth. That's why he's being the entrepreneur. That's why he's the only investor. That's why he's waiting for Loverboy to be so profitable that when he does sell it, he will flip it for a bigger price. That to me is just like business 101, duh. But little ding dong dimwit Amanda isn't getting that. And she's letting miserable mean girls Paige and Sierra run her marriage all the way down to the ground while they're laughing at her at the after show with her little hobby, right? I'm so proud of Kyle. I think he realized, you know what? I am really stressed out doing all this. I actually do want to do something for myself. So he's still running Loverboy, doing what he has to do, building up the business. And now he has his passion project, and now he is DJing, and he's doing something for himself, and he's being fulfilled by it. Amanda, where is your fashion line, Amanda? Can I see a sketch? Can I get a sample? Are you collaborating with Beverly Beach? Dorit, are you collaborating with Beverly Beach by Dorit? Are you guys doing a collab? How dreadful. A fashion show with no fashions. What have you done? And don't say you don't have the time, because Kyle already let us know you ain't doing nothing at the company like that. And when I say that, I want to be very clear that I am by no means dismissing the investment money that she gave to Kyle while they were building up the business. By no means am I dismissing the designs and creativity that she has done for the company. By no means. You could be not showing up today, but you had shown up the day before. You see what I'm saying? So just because I'm saying to her, you need to step it up in the business, where is this passion project? Because you clearly have time on your hands. You're doing TikToks with Sierra all day long. Why don't you spend that TikTok time getting some designs, getting some sketches? Because the gag is, if you actually focused and you used all of the blessings you have, you probably would be a big designer. Because you're clearly creative. You have a man that supports you. You are on Bravo. You have one of the hugest platforms in the world. You have a social media following. You clearly could actually do something, but you're not doing a damn thing. And that's what Kyle was saying. That's what Kyle was saying. He's like, well, you're not doing anything really in the company, and now you want to take your time away. Where is it, Amanda? Where's your fashion line? It doesn't have to be swimwear, but what is your side passion project that you felt the need to emasculate and belittle and disrespect your husband about? Because no chick in this world could ever come to me and disrespect my husband to my face, and I'm going to co-sign that and then go disrespect him right along with y'all. That little cackling, that Paige, and you don't respect her, and you're so selfish. And Amanda was just like on board, like, no, not never. Even if I agreed with what you were saying, never in life would you catch me in public disrespecting my husband and co-signing my so-called friends, disrespecting him too. Absolutely not. I would ride for him all day long. And then when we go home, I would be like, okay, baby, we got to talk about this, this, and this. Let's go through everything. Let's talk about it. Let's get on the same page. Boom, boom, boom. But if I really love this man and this is my husband and we're building a life together, I'm not talking about somebody who's legitimately abusive. Kyle clearly is not. So I want to be very clear. I'm not talking about someone who legitimately deserves all of the smoke in the world. That's a different conversation. That's not Kyle. Kyle is working himself in the ground to build a business for his wife, Amanda, and the children that they are going to have one day. You see what I'm saying? To me, Kyle is actually a really great guy. He seems really caring. He seems really fair. And to be honest with you, I knew Kyle was like 100% for a long time. But what really made it so clear how good of a man he was is the level of care he is taking for Carl. When Carl was in his lost years, showing up at Loverboy, we all know the deal, what Carl was going through, the demons he was dealing with, the issues he had. Then he was with Lindsay and bad-mouthing Loverboy, quitting the job and all this. Him and Kyle are beefing, this, that, and a third. But when Carl came to him being like, I'm in a much better place now, I'm sober, I realized the mistakes that I made in that situation. I'm owning it. And and also because Carl also had lost his brother, was going through all of that. And for Kyle to open his friend back with open arms and being like, let's make sure our friendship is good. But hey, man, let me help you get on the right track. Let's do, non-alcoholic beverages. Here's your, monthly stipend retainer, whatever it's going to be. This is how much you're going to get in sales. $2,000 an event. That's great. I would love, who wouldn't want to get $2,000 just for showing up? Come on now. Come on. Per event or whatever the case is. I got you. When a lot of people, the majority of people would be like, oh, no, Carl, now you come crawling back. I thought you were better than Loverboy. I thought this, that, and the third. You wanted me to be the flower boy in your wedding. That's it. You clowning me, blah, 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 blah. You left. You said this. You said that about me. Blah, 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 blah. No, you can't come back. I'm not going to have your back. Da, 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 da. People are petty and hold grudges. But the fact that Kyle created a position for his friend who is in need. And again, I think also because Carl has done so much work, he is sober, he has a clear mind, and he has contrition, and he took accountability for the role he played in the demise of their friendship at one point, and the demise of their business relationship. I think because of those things, any decent person would be like, yeah, let's give this a chance again. We're best friends. You're my boy. I got you. And to me, that was so that gave me like the warm and fuzzies. You know what I mean? To have somebody who has your back like that, that's a real man. That's a real man. And Kyle, to me, listen, Kyle, I saw you on Watch What Happens Live and the mullet is gone. So, no, I'm kidding. You're married. I'm kidding. That's a joke. That's a joke. I'm not like that. No, I'm not like that. But what I'm saying is, like, seriously, because that was just a joke, obviously. Seriously, I do think that Kyle is a really good person. I think he's a fantastic husband, and Amanda needs to wake up before she messes up a good thing. And I think that he's a really great friend. He's a great son. He has a great relationship with his parents. Kyle, to me, is a really great person. Do you know what I mean? A really, really great person. So that's kind of where I land on Amanda and Kyle. Amanda, my advice to you is stop taking advice from so-called friends who are unhappy in their life. I don't mean single. I mean unhappy. Because you could have a friend who is married and who is unhappy. I wouldn't take advice from that person. Find somebody who is happy in their life, whatever their life looks like, but they have found happiness. So then they can give you guidance and advice from a place of objective love and compassion, and not based on their own jealousy and insecurity and wounding. That's what I say. Find someone who is content and happy to get your advice from, because they will look at your situation objectively and also with no jealousy and with your best intention in mind. Because at the end of the day, I don't actually think Paige and Sierra have your best intention in mind. Not necessarily because they're bad people, but because where they are at in their own life, they are only going to see situations through the lens of their own wounding. Find somebody who is healed and happy to talk to and to mentor you, because then they're going to see you objectively. They're not going to see you through their own insecurity. And that's what I think is really going on. And a little bit of sabotage. Because when people are unhappy, misery loves company, whether it's consciously or subconsciously, they probably want to see your marriage fail. They probably do. And I'm going to be honest, they probably do. They probably do want to see your marriage fail. Because the advice they were giving you and the way they so freely disrespected your husband wouldn't be my friends. But like in their words, good luck with your little hobby. Because that's what they were calling your creativity, a hobby. That's basically what they were saying. Okay? That's what I'm going to leave them there. So let me know what you guys think. Put it down below. And second, I'm going to take a quick drink. Okay, I'm back. Now, let's move on to Sierra and West. I'm calling this segment Wounded While Dating. And the sad part is it's not West who's wounded, it's Sierra. Sierra boo-boo girl. Was it Maya Angelou who said, if you don't heal your wounding, you will bleed over the people who didn't wound you, or something like that? Something like that. Google it. That's what Sierra is doing. She's bleeding all over the place. She is so emotionally stunted and so emotionally cut off. And quite frankly, she's mean. I don't get people who like Sierra. Again, I've never met her. This is nothing personal. This is just how I feel about the persona she puts out on a TV show. Because I don't want people in the comments, oh, Sierra. Stop it. Okay. I can barely understand what she's saying half the time. I don't know if she has a lisp or something in her mouth, but she kind of talks like, so it's wet and like, it's just weird. I don't know what's going on. I can barely understand her half the time. But let's get back on track. The reason that Sierra, I call her wounded while dating, is because all of her past relationships obviously haven't worked out because she's single, and that's okay. But it seems like she's carrying the baggage. And I don't mean damage, because I never want to call somebody damaged, but she's carrying the baggage of all of that into every, not just romantic relationship, but every interaction she has. Like, if, for example, when she called Jesse Solomon a trash bag, I was like, Sierra, sweetheart, you need to look in the mirror, because you're mean and you're nasty. And even when she said to Amanda, do you think you have an identity out of Kyle Loverboy? Because I don't. That was really mean and nasty. She's kind of mean. If you really think about it, she's really mean. And Jesse Solomon is not a trash bag. He actually seems like a pretty adorable, fun-loving guy who is single and having fun. And he's allowed to sleep with whoever he wants, how many times he wants, or not at all. You don't like people policing your box. All I heard was, I don't have to have sex. He doesn't own my body. I don't have to. So if you don't like people policing what you do and do not do with your body, why do you think it's okay to then shame somebody else for what they choose to do or not do with their body? Jesse Solomon is a young, thank God, healthy, because we know he was going through his cancer stuff. So glory be to God, he's healthy. He is a young, healthy man. He can dip it and do it in whatever and whomever, however he wants. So if you don't want people looking at you like you are crazy, boo-boo the fool, wounded, wacko chick for thinking that somehow by not having sex with this guy, all of a sudden makes you more special for a whole summer, and then getting mad because he's entertaining other women, like, wake the hell up. Y'all are like, you guys are adults. You're adults. Now don't get it twisted. I'm not saying she has to sleep with him. Of course not. Every person has the right to sleep with who they want to, as long as it's consenting and safe. And every person has the right to not. sleep with somebody if they want, right? Right, of course. This is the problem. And I'm about to read Sierra for filth. And I don't mean to do this in a mean way. The problem with Sierra is that she thinks, and this isn't true. This is an insecurity she has. And this is an insecurity a lot of women have. She thinks men only value her for her body and sex. So she thinks if I withhold my body and sex, somehow that will make me more valuable, or I'm going to sniff out the bad guys, or I'm not going to get hurt, because she thinks that's the only value they find in her. And that's why I say that she's wounded. When the truth is, that's not true, Sierra. You are beautiful. Some people think you're funny and cool. So shout out to that, and as people, as human beings, we all are intrinsically worthy and valuable, not just for sex. But I think that she has equated relationships not working out and dating F-boys and all of that stuff with men only value me for sex. So the way I'm going to keep my value is to hold on so tight, and by not having sex with them to prove my value and worth. That's where I think the misstep is, and I think a lot of women have that wounding. One, from society, we are sexified and objectified, and two, just from being a human being and dating. Sometimes guys want to hit it and quit it. They want to dip it and do it, and we are emotionally attached. We get our feelings hurt. But the problem is, don't ever let the actions of somebody else. And the truth is, those men probably didn't just sleep with her and leave her because they think that's her only value. It's because those men at that time were not ready for a relationship either with her or with anybody. Because when people do that to you, it is always about where they are at, not about the level of value you have. You have people who smash on the first date and they end up getting married and have kids and live happily ever after. You have people who wait 3 months, wait a year, wait till marriage, and it turns out they're not sexually compatible, and you just wasted 3 months. You wasted till you got married, and now you're in a sexless, bad marriage. It goes both ways. Just because you withhold sex doesn't mean that they're going to value you more. I think when it comes to when you decide to be intimate with someone, it should be because that person has earned your trust. They've earned your trust that you can do this act with them and that they are safe to do it with, and they will honor your body. Or you just feel in it. Sex is fun, like it's okay to have fun. If that's just what you want to do it. If you want it just for pleasure and you just want to have fun, that too. If you want to wait till it's somebody that you trust, that's too. But it shouldn't be a weapon you use to prove your value to someone. Because the truth is, when you are intrinsically valuable, you don't have to prove yourself to anybody. You just are. A diamond doesn't work to prove its worth to somebody. A diamond just is. It's the cut of the diamond. It's the clarity of the diamond, right? It's the carat of the diamond, which are all intrinsic things about the diamond. The diamond is valuable simply because it's a diamond, not because it's withholding the amount of carats it has, not because it's withholding the amount of the cut and the clarity. I'm going to not tell you how clear this diamond is, so you'll think it's more important. No, it just is. And that's what I want for Sierra. I want her to know that she is enough and that she is valuable. And the fact that relationships hasn't worked out is not an implication on her worthiness or her value as a woman, and not to equate sex with her worth. I think she thinks that she's showing her value and worth by not having sex. But it's never the action. It's always the energy and intention behind the action. And the energy and intention to me screams, I've been hurt so much before. I am terrified of being hurt again. I am terrified that I'm going to prove once again that I'm not good enough. I'm not worthy, that all men leave me, and that all they want is sex from me. And I think that is the energy from this whole sex thing. So she's actually doing the opposite. It's actually giving controller energy, desperate energy by doing that. And shout out to Tay Tay. Sarah has not recovered from Austin Kroll. Let's get into that. Sarah, I'm going to need you to take a little thing we like to call the accountability pill. You, Sarah, need to take accountability for the role you played in being played like a damn fool on national television. Austin showed you who he was multiple times. When you got with Austin, he was still playing games with his ex. What's her name? What's the blonde girl's? Madison. He was still playing games with his ex, Madison, when you got with him. And you knew that. You knew that he was still playing games, texting Madison, talking to you about Madison, this, that, and a third. He wasn't talking to you because he can't afford a therapist. He was talking to you about her because that's the way guys communicate to you that you're not the one. I still love my ex. He's not talking to you because he has this connection to you. He's not talking to you because he can't afford, BetterHelp. He's talking to you because that is his slick way of letting you know the woman that is truly on his mind. That's why when you go on dates with people and all they do is talk about their ex, let me take these off for a second. That's why when you go on dates with, let me know if the sound is still okay. That is why when you go on dates with people and all they do is talk about their ex on the first date, second date, it's a wrap. For me, it's the first date. Unless it is a logical, obvious, relevant reason why you are talking to me about the last woman you were with, it's a wrap, boo-boo. Because I'm not here to be your therapist. I'm not here to be your mother. I'm not here to be your friend, to be honest with you. I'm here to see if I have a romantic relationship for a healthy, healed romantic partner. And if you're sitting here acting like I'm your therapist, then that ain't it. And don't think you can change him. And don't think that you're going to be special and different. Because at the end of the day, nobody is special because we're all special. And I don't mean that in some kumbaya way. I mean that for real. We are all, as human beings, we are all special. So when you think you're special, you're actually wrong. You're not going to be so special you're going to change him. No, because we're all special. People change because they want to change. They don't change for anybody else. Point blank, period. Talk to any addict in this world. They stop drinking, they stop snorting, they stop whatever when they hit rock bottom and they are ready for something different. Think about any guy who is a cheater. They stop cheating. They may lie and say, I stopped cheating for this person or that, but that's a lie. At the core, they stopped cheating because they were tired of it. They no longer wanted to do it, and they wanted to change for themselves. People change when they want to change. They don't change for other people. We just think they do because that feeds into our story of what was so wrong with me that he couldn't commit to me, but now he's going to go and commit to her. There was nothing wrong with you other than the fact that you thought you had the power to change someone. There was nothing wrong with you other than the fact that you thought if you could get someone to love you, then that means that you are lovable. There is nothing wrong with you other than thinking that because someone doesn't choose you, that is an indictment on your self-worth, and it's not. I could have 3 Hermes bags. I mean, say I had 3 Hermes bags, a purple one, a blue one, and an ivory one. Is the fact that I decide to wear the purple ivory bag or the purple Hermes bag, does that mean these other Hermes bags are less valuable? Hell no. It just means that I decided that I wanted to wear purple. So just because someone, a man or a woman, an ex-boyfriend, ex-girlfriend, whatever, is a human being with free will and choice and preference, uses what God has given us, the power to decide that they want something other than you, does not mean that it takes away from your value. I could say, I want to have McDonald's today when somebody brought me some caviar. Does it mean that the fact that right now I want McDonald's take away from the fact that that's caviar? No. So don't think of yourself that way. Ivana Van Sant said it best. When she healed from her divorce, she was like, you know what? He just changed his mind. Shout out to Wendy Williams. I'm a woman and I'm allowed to change my mind. Sometimes people change their mind. It does not mean you're not good enough. It does not mean you're not worthy. It does not mean you're not lovable. It just means a human being on this planet made a different choice. That's all it really means. That's all it means. Okay? What else? What else? Oh, Wes. Now, I know I said I was only talking about the woman, but I got to address Wes because it's on my heart. Okay? It's on my heart. Wes, why were you playing in Sierra's face all summer? Why were you playing in her face? You don't want to be in a relationship with her. And this is the gag. Amanda ate Sierra all the way up. Amanda got her back good. Because remember when Sierra was like, oh, you know, do you have any identity outside of Loverboy and Kyle? I don't think you do. That was really nasty and really cool and really cruel. Like it was really a nasty thing to say, right? Had Danielle said that, they would have crucified poor Danielle. Danielle can't catch a break, but I'll get to her in a little bit. Amanda got her get back with Sierra. She ate her up. Last episode we just saw, they're talking about how West is a jokester. He doesn't take anything serious. He's just joking. And Amanda goes, yeah, and Sierra, what if you're the biggest joke of all? She's like, you're the biggest joke of all. You know, what if next weekend he's like, psych, that was a prank. You got punked. I was like, Amanda, okay, you decided to show up today and play and have a personality. She ate Sierra up with that one. You're the biggest joke of all. Because the gag is, it's true. What was so painful and embarrassing to watch was, do I think Wes was attracted to Sierra? Yeah, sure. She's a gorgeous girl. But she clearly had the initial interest in him. She was the one who stayed in the kitchen. She was the one who was like showing interest in getting to know, which is fine. You know, do what you got to do, test the waters, flirt, have fun, you know, see if there's a vibe. The problem to me in this whole situation was that when Paige kept inserting herself behind Sierra's back in their relationship, it made whatever was happening between Sierra and West inauthentic and forced. And I think West felt like he didn't know how to get out of it because Paige is like, yeah, like, you know, you work so well in the group. And again, remember, West is 27 at this point. I think he's 28 now. He had been laid off, so he was looking for work. He didn't have any money. His severance was basically run out, he said. And he got the call to be on the show. So this is now some income. This is revenue. This is a huge opportunity. You know, you're on Bravo, you're on this show. You don't want to F it up. So when you have Paige, who is a self-proclaimed HBIC on the show, she's not my HBIC, but she's a self-proclaimed one, being like, oh yeah, it is a good idea. You should invite her to dinner. And I love that this is happening. This is really good, blah, 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 blah. I think Wes kind of thought, well, okay, well now I kind of have to, you know? I think they did have feelings there. They do seem to have a good banter, attraction, fun. But at the end of the day, any healthy physically and mentally and emotionally and sexually person, they're going to want that intimacy at some point in order for it to really be real. If that makes sense. I'm obviously, again, I'm not saying she has to sleep with him. That is not what I'm saying at all. But I do think that it would be crazy of her to expect a certain level of commitment from him if they themselves have not made the commitment to each other. Do you see what I'm saying? She could even say, like, once we are in a committed relationship, then that would make me feel safe enough to sleep with you, to give my body to you if we are in a committed relationship, But until you get to that point where you both are saying we are in a committed relationship, you can't expect him to close every door. Like, she should have been dating other guys. If she wasn't, then that's on her. I wouldn't stop dating other guys if I'm just hanging out with a dude and we're not even smashing and it's just like whatever the deal is. I wouldn't stop texting other dudes. I wouldn't stop going on dates and meeting other people. Especially when she claims she wants a real relationship and she wants something serious. Well, how are you going to get there when you're wasting months upon months upon months playing reindeer games with this dude, trying to act like you're so valuable because I'm not going to give up the cootie cat, the little cookie cat, whatever you want to call it. I'm in my Wendy Williams era, girl, bye. Miss me with all that. And it just seemed really icky to me. And I do think that Paige, for as much as I read Paige for filth, I do think Paige actually in this situation, because she is like obsessed with her Sierra, I do think Paige had the right intentions, but also know your place. Know your place. So I wouldn't want my friend going behind my back and sort of orchestrating the relationship with a guy that I'm getting to know. I would want him to come to me. I would want it to happen naturally and organically. I wouldn't want him to feel like, am I going to be a villain on the show? Am I going to be ostracized? Am I going to get a bad edit? Is social media going to hate me if I don't go through with this? And unfortunately, I don't think that they're together anymore. And then all of a sudden it's like Sierra and Paige are like, Wes is just immature and this, that, and blah, 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 blah. And it's just like, is he immature or is he dating people and waiting until he's in a good place to have a relationship and he wants to have physical touch and all of this stuff? I don't know. I'm not saying I don't think that's immature. And he was very open and honest about everything. I think Sierra needs to really work on Sierra. Again, I don't know her in real life. So take this advice with a grain of salt, Sierra, because you're going to watch this one day, I bet. I don't know. Maybe put the brakes on dating and go all in on self-love. Like double down on your self-love. Whether it's working on your spirituality, working on getting a really good therapist or whatever it is, unpacking wounding, double, triple, quadruple down on your self-love because you are gorgeous. You're successful. Some people like your personality. And I would just double down on that. You are a Victoria's Secret model. And you're having issues with Wes. Wait 1 second, you guys. Sorry, guys. Okay. So Sierra, I'm going to need you to work on your self-love because the caliber of man that you should be bagging, Sierra, should be, that TikTok trend, I'm looking for a guy in finance, 6'5", trust fund, blue eyes, all of that. Other than the looking part, because women, we don't look for men look for us. Okay. But Sierra should be with like, I don't know, like the executive of marketing of TikTok, finance advisor of Goldman Sachs, entrepreneur who built a business and doing this, that, and the third. Sierra should be at that level. She should be dating multi-millionaire established men. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's the level you really should be playing at. Because the gag is you are a gorgeous girl. And I'm not just saying equating looks to the type of men you date. But if we're being honest about the society that we live in, oftentimes that is the case. You know what it is what it is. I'm not being sexist. I'm not being misogynistic. I'm not belittling her humanity. I'm just calling a thing a thing. She should be dating those types of men. And this is no shade to West, because I do think that West was the breakout star. Everybody loves him. I think he has a great heart. I think he's a good person. And I think when he's ready, he's going to make a fantastic boyfriend and one day a fantastic husband. And I'm sure that he is going to be very, very successful. I'm sure he's going to use this platform and build great things and do great things. I could see him doing like, reality TV and maybe some like hosting and gag stuff and maybe some sports hosting and stuff like that. I can see him going really far with this. He has a great personality. He's very charismatic. People love him. I could see him really going far. So I do think that West will be very, very successful. But to me, it's very similar to the situation with Lindsay and Carl. If you need your man to be so clear on who he is, super established, knows what he wants, not playing games, then you need to find a man who is in that place in his life. Because a lot of men who don't have a job, he has one now and all that stuff. And trust me, I'm not slighting him for being laid off, because that happens to a lot of people. A lot of people get laid off. A lot of people get fired. Hard times can happen to anybody, any age, anywhere. So by no means am I shaming him for this, by any means. I'm just talking about the circumstances of the situation when it comes to male confidence, okay? When a man is unsure about his purpose, he's unsure about his career, and he's unsure about his money, he will lack confidence. So if he is not sure in those areas of how men identify their manness, right? Then they're not going to be in a place to be clear about you. And I would be very, very cautious if I was a woman who had all my stuff together, allegedly, Sierra, because again, I think she needs to do some mental, emotional work, as we all need at some point in our lives. If you live long enough and you've been on this earth, you go through some things, and there's nothing wrong with getting help to unpack trauma. We all have it. If you say you don't have it, then you're in worse trouble. Then you really need help. If you think you have no trauma, if you think you have nothing wrong, that's when you really need the most help, okay? Because we all have something, right? But what I mean by that is, and a man is like, I am so 100% sure about you, I would be very wary of that man. Very, very wary. If you were looking for a man who is in his healthy masculine, who really wants to take care of you, I would be very, very wary. Because a lot of times in those situations, a couple of things happens. When a guy is, let me clarify what I mean by that. There's a difference between a man who may not have a lot of money, maybe in between jobs, and all of that, but has a clear vision, plan, and blueprint for where he's going, and he knows the steps to get there. If that man says, I love you and I want you and I want to take you with me, that is okay. Because again, like I said, we all fall, not we all, but anybody can fall on hard times. And we all have to start from somewhere. So just because in this moment, the circumstances are maybe not the right money or the right job or whatever, but he has a plan and he has a vision and he has the steps to get from A to B to C to D, and he's the one and he wants to go with you as a partner, that is cool. But if you have a man who has no vision, who has no blueprint, who has no plan, who has no money, who has no purpose, and he says, I want you to be with me, I would kind of run. I'm not going to be Lindsay thinking I'm going to, bully a man into being a man. You can't bully a man into being a man. You can't bash him enough. You can't scold him enough. You can't yell at him enough. You can't put him down enough. You can't be man enough to make a man a man. And on that same token, with Sierra, you can't then blame and shame a man for not being ready for commitment when he has not yet been stable in his identity as a man. I think Wes now probably has more of a vision and a plan and a step book and more security, you know? Then yeah, of course, because there are men who like become the next Bill Gates or the next, uh, Jeff Bezos starting in their garage. But those are men who had vision and they had a plan. That's okay. But if your man has no vision and he has no plan, he wants to use you. And that's what I was going to say. If the man has no vision, he has no plan, he has no stability, he has no sense of self as his identity as a man, and he says he wants to be with you, it's because he wants to use you to figure out his plan. He wants to use you for what you can give to him, because a man is more, and I'm going to use the word valuable because I don't know a better word for it. Obviously, all people are valuable, but a man's, I'll say equity. A man's equity as a man increases when he has a woman. Women are value adders to men, 100%. That's why, and you get in the big circles, sure, you have a couple people who might be eccentric and we're just going to, be life partners. No, they all have wives, multiple, it's a certain thing, the arm candy of a man, all of that stuff. Women are value adders. And it also goes back to what Carl was saying to Amanda. I don't want you to leave because I want you with me. Not just because you're a designer, but because as my wife, you add value. I want this to be a team player. Women are value adds. Never forget that. Never forget that. Women, we add value to men. Men are more valuable. They have higher equity. They are more desirable if they have a woman. We add value to them. 100%. So if a man doesn't have a vision or a plan or any of that stuff and he says he wants to be with you, it's because he's going to use the value you give him, your support, your time, your ideas, your energy, your body, the value you add just because he has you, to find that plan, to find that vision. And unfortunately, 9 times out of 10, he leaves you. And then he's on to the next one. That's why you hear all those stories. Like, I held him down in medical school and now he's a doctor and he's divorcing me. I held him down when he started his business. Now his business is booming and he's cheating on me. I held him down through law school. Now he's a big lawyer making all this money and he wants to leave me and he's divorcing me for the newer, younger model. Because you were never part of his plan or vision because he didn't have one. You were just the resource he used to get to where he needed to be. You see what I'm saying? So when it comes to Sierra and West, I don't think they're together. Sierra is doing her usual bitter Betty, addicted to her victim story. She needs to let that go and really heal and get some self-love. And another reason why I knew Wes was not really into Sierra was because what happened with Austin. We know how dirty. Oh, and that was another thing I wanted to say about Sierra. Okay. I got to write it down. Austin, 2 things. That would be on my little tangent. Okay. 2 things about one thing. 2 things about Austin. 2 things about Austin. 2 things about one thing. Number 1, let's talk about how I knew Wes never really had it for Sierra. And then 2, I'll talk about how Sierra needs to take accountability for herself. Okay. I knew Wes never really had it for Sierra like that when on Watch What Happens Live, he was asked the question, oh, why do you and Austin follow each other on Instagram now? And he was saying how on some after show, he was like, yeah, I'm tired of hearing Austin's name. I'm tired of hearing that dude's name or whatever. And Austin saw the show or got a clip or whatever. and slid into Wes's DMs. And they were exchanging notes and talking. And then all of a sudden, they are boys and they're cool, and they're following each other on Instagram. This is a man that fundamentally, I'm going to say damaged was the action, but I don't think any person is damaged. But that he did damage to her. If you ever really had it for her like that, you would not be kikiing and kumbayaing and chopping it up with this dude. For what? You don't know him like that. You don't owe Austin anything. If you ever really felt something for Sarah, I'm not saying you have to stay with her. I'm not saying you have to be with her. But to chop it up and to follow on Instagram and to be kumbaya and boys with a man that dogged her the hell out, and is why she's so wounded now, and isn't having sex with you for months and months because she hasn't gotten over what happened with this dude, and now you chopping it up and being kumbaya. You never really had it for her like that, because a real man who at any point really had it for a woman would never disrespect her that way, regardless if you're with that woman or not. My exes would never do that to me, because even though we may not be together, they still would not disrespect me like that. And then that's why Sierra, when she was on Watch What Happens Live, poor thing, was like, yeah, and they were talking about Wes and Austin. She's like, yeah, I can't have anything and blah, 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 blah. But that has to really hurt, that the guy who played the hell out of you on national television is now chopping it up with the guy who just decided not to commit to you. That's not cool. That's not cool. So that's when I was like, Wes, yeah, you never really had it for her like that. I think for Wes, I think he thought, I need to do well on the show. I need to be liked. I don't want anybody to come after me. I don't want Paige mad at me. I don't want the audience to turn on me. Let's just see where this goes and ride with it. I don't think Wes is a bad guy. I don't think he's immature. I don't think he's an F-boy. I think he's just a young man who is finding his way. And I think once he finds his plan and his vision, I think he's going to be great. I think he's going to be a great father, a great dad. That's the same thing, but like a great husband when that time is right in his life for him. You see, I don't think West is a bad guy at all. But you never really had it for Sierra like that. Because if you truly did, you would not be chopping it up with Austin. Doesn't mean you have to be mean to him, but you wouldn't be chopping it up with him. Second thing about one thing, Austin. Sarah, I'm going to need you to take accountability pill. Because Austin already dogged you the hell out. He was talking about his ex, Madison, in your face when you guys were hooking up. He said he wasn't ready for anything serious. He then continued to sleep with you and lead you on. Then when he came to the house, he had the audacity to hook up with Lindsay in your face. In your face. He had the audacity to do that. Now, I can't remember. And somebody check my timing here, because I'm trying to think about this now. Did Sierra hook up with Austin in South Carolina? Because she hooked up with him during the season of Southern Charm. When Paige was with Craig, Sierra came in town. She wasn't featured on the show, but Paige was like, oh, our Sierra is here to Austin. Austin, Craig, and Paige went back to Craig's house. Austin and Sierra smashed, and he stopped talking to her after that. All I can say is this. Sierra, he dogged you out multiple times, made it very clear he was still in love with Madison, made it very clear he was not ready for a relationship, and you continued to sleep with him. And this is why you now equate, men only want me for sex. Men only value me for sex because I'm having sex with this guy and he's not picking me and he's dogging me out. No. He knows you're beautiful. He knows you're smart. He knows you're amazing. And if you're going to give it to him, he's going to take it. That doesn't mean that you're not valuable. It just means you're trying to get with a man who just isn't into you in that way right now. But you knew who he was. So I'm not absolving Austin of his F-boy behaviors and how disrespectful he was, hooking up with Lindsay in front of her, sleeping with her in Charleston, and then never calling her again. I'm not giving him a pass. I'm not saying that what he did was right. But what I'm saying is that women, you have the capability to block somebody. If a man is disrespecting you, not committing to you when that's what you want, block him. Why did you sleep with him again? Why did you keep going back? And again, I'm not victim blaming, I'm not victim shaming, I'm not doing any of that. I'm just saying there comes a point in time where you have to say, these are the choices I made because I was just so much into this dude that I thought the more I give to him, then he will choose me. So you gave and gave and gave, and he took and took and took. I'm not saying that to shame you or blame you. I'm saying that to empower you. That when you know a man is not for you, close your legs. You kept your legs closed to West, and West treated you 1,000 times better than Austin ever did. All I ever saw Austin do was laugh, gas you up, and play you like a damn fool, playing in your face. Austin wasn't good to you the way West is. I think West likes you as a human being way more than Austin ever did. Way more. So to me, I'm like, girl, you need to take accountability for this. You know what I'm saying? He didn't make you keep going back to him like that. There comes a point in time where it takes two to tango. And again, I'm not absolving Austin. He also could have said, you know what? I know Sierra is really into me. If I keep having sex with her, I'm just going to hurt her. He could have done that. But one thing that I have learned, and I know this to be true for a fact, it is nobody's responsibility to enforce your boundaries. It is your responsibility to enforce your boundaries. So if you say to a man, I want a commitment, but he's saying I don't, and you continue to sleep with him, then you are the person who is disrespecting your own boundaries. But then you want to turn around and play the victim, like, oh, he's this F-boy, he doesn't respect me. When the gag is, you didn't respect yourself. Because if you wanted something more from him and he wasn't willing to give it to you, this is when you say, I know my value, I know my worth, and I'm closing my legs, I'm pushing block, and I'm going to keep it pushing and popping. People can only use you to the extent that you allow them to. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying he's off the hook. I'm just saying the word empowered means I'm in power. So empower yourself not to be played like a damn fool on national television and busting it open for men who are making it very clear to you they don't want to commit to you when that is what you want. If it was something that you both wanted, that's cool. Because like I said, having sex or not having sex is not the determinant factor of your value. You are the determinant factor of your value. The problem is when you think, if I give you sex, you will stay. Or if I don't give you sex, somehow I'm more special and more valuable. It's the weaponization of sex that is the problem. So Sierra, I wish you well, girl. I hope you double down on your self-love. Because I actually think that if you loved yourself more, you would probably be a little kinder of a person because you're kind of mean, I think. That's just me. What do you guys think about Sierra? Let me know, because maybe that's just like my thing. I always think she's kind of like mean, hard, rigid. I don't know. Maybe that's me. But Wes, Mazel Tov, good luck. You're the number one guy of the group now, allegedly. You're out here dipping it and doing you. So good job, West. But stop playing in Sierra's face because you never really had it for her like that. Okay? All right. let's move on to, let me take a quick sip. Okay, let's move on to Paige. I call her the peaked in high school mean girl. Oh, Paige. Oh, Paige. Oh, Paige. Oh, Paige. Paige and Craig, Paige and Craig, Paige and Craig. Do I believe the rumor that she cheated on Craig? Yeah, because I'm messy as hell. And so it is a juicy rumor. So yeah, I want to believe it. Not in like a mean way, but in like a fun gossip way. Probably, why not? When Craig said this season, when he was on Summer House, because when Danielle read Paige for filth and told her about herself, when she was like, you give Craig nothing, and I don't think you're into him, and I don't think you guys are happy, and you give him nothing, she basically read her for filth. And then Paige got in her little feelings about it, and they had their little picnic, and she's like, is this okay? And blah, blah, blah. Yeah, like acting like she's some boss babe when she's just a mean girl who peaked in high school. When he said, I knew in my gut that, he's like, well, if I turn 40 and I don't have kids and we're not married and like this isn't going anywhere, he's like, I knew, I'm going to look back and be like, I knew in my gut that she was wasting my time. This is a PSA, 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 PSA. Any man, woman, or child, if you know in your gut someone is wasting your time, I'm going to need you to exit stage left immediately. Immediately. That means they're wasting your time. And just like I said with the Sierra, we need to take your accountability pill. Craig, same thing to you. If you have the awareness to say on national television that you would get to the age of 40 with no kids, unmarried, and that's not a slight to being 40 and having no children or not being married. I'm just saying what he's saying he wants. Not obviously, I'm not knocking that. I don't care. And you're going to say, I knew in my gut this person was wasting my time. Craig, she's not wasting your time. You're wasting your own time. You can't be mad at Paige. If you have the awareness to say on national television that you know in your gut someone is wasting your time, that means you're wasting your own time. Because if the girls got to be accountable, so do the boys. So do the boys. I don't know why. Maybe it's just like the showmance of it all. They want to be a Bravo couple. They want to do spinoffs. They want to do crossing shows. They want to do, maybe it's like a Tom and Ariana. They have brand deals together. I don't know. But I don't know why they're wasting each other's time and playing in our faces. Because Paige keeps talking like, Paige acts like she owns her own company in Manhattan, and it's this multi-million-dollar company, and all these people are relying on her, and there's no way in hell she can leave New York because her job is so important. Paige, you're an influencer. You can literally do TikToks and Instagram reels from anywhere in the world. So the fact that you are claiming that it's your quote job keeping you in New York is a lie. You could fly to, New York and do summer house. You moving to Charleston, you could even do a crossover to Southern Charm. So it's not like you moving means you have to stop doing your Bravo gig. Anybody with an iPhone can be an influencer from anywhere in the world, literally anywhere in the world. You got a Wi-Fi and you got your phone. You're an influencer, boo-boo. What job are you talking about that's keeping you in New York? These little hosting things you're doing, Amazon Live, you do Amazon Live streaming. Again, you can do that from anywhere in the world. So what exactly is the issue with you not moving down to Charleston? I'll wait. What is it? It's because for whatever reason, in your gut, you don't really want him like that. He knows in his gut, you don't really want him like that. But you want him to want you, and you want to have this sort of, and again, it's the fakeness of it all. It's the like, I'm so cool. I'm an empowered woman. I don't need, like, I'd be fine without him. Like, Craig, like, wants me to need him and to be pinned on him. But, like, the truth is, like, I'd be fine. Well, if you would be fine without him, why are you with him? And obviously, I'm not talking about, you have to be dependent on a man for everything. And if he was to leave you, you would be in ruins. Obviously, I'm not talking about that. Even if you are in a marriage or a relationship where the man works and he's the breadwinner, always have your own. Always have your own bank account. This is a PSA to anybody, whether you're a man or a woman, and your partner is the breadwinner and the financial person and the person who has all the finances. Always have your own stash. Have your own account with just your name on it or your mama's name on it. Buy property in just your name. Buy things that you can flip and invest in just your name. Have accounts in just your name, so that if like I said before, if one day this human being wakes up and decides you ain't it anymore, you'll be okay. So if you get an allowance or you share an account or whatever from your man, which is totally fine. I don't mean allowance in a derogatory way at all. Please, my money is my money and his money is our money. So yes, give me the allowance, give me the stipend all day long, please. And that's not being a gold digger or anything like that. That's just being a smart woman and my healthy feminine. Because as women, we add value that is unquantifiable. Men talk about that little money they got. Our value as women, please, unquantifiable, what we have as women, okay? So always have your own. So I'm not saying she needs to actually be like 100% dependent on him. But again, the problem is you keep trying to cosplay as this feminist when, in your definition of a feminist, because that's not my definition of a feminist. My definition of a feminist is a woman's right to decide whatever the hell she wants. The end. That's it. That's me. That's feminist. A woman can decide for her body. She can decide for herself. She decides when and what she does to her body and how it happens. She decides if she wants to work, if she doesn't want to work, if she wants to be married, if she doesn't want to be married, if she wants to be with men, women, trans, A, B, C, D, Q, F, G. To me, being a feminist just means women are equal human beings with equal rights and equal agency to live out their pursuit of life, liberty, and happiness. That is what being a feminist to me is. It's not chopping the penises off of men. It's not emasculating men. It's not girl bossing and I'm going to show him and I don't need a man and I'm hyper independent. To me, those are all trauma responses. Hyper independence is a trauma response. You don't think it's safe to need support. You think that you are not, that somehow if you need support or you need to depend on someone, that will be too much and you're not enough and they will leave you. Hyper independence is usually a result of the abandonment wound as a child. You think if I need someone, the only person I can rely on is myself because everybody leaves. There's nobody I can trust. No one's going to be there for me. And you get your value out of what you do for people because your value is performance based. That's why you do it all and you can take it on and you always say yes. Hyper independence is a trauma response. It's nothing to be proud of. It's actually something you should work on. As human beings, we should be interdependent, meaning I myself am independent, but I'm able to be interdependent with other people to have mutual and reciprocal interpersonal relationships. I do for you, you do for me. I need you, you need me. Two-way street. I give, I get, I give, I get, I give, I get. You fill me up, I fill you up. You fill me up, I fill you up. As human beings, we're meant to be interpersonal. That's why they're called interpersonal relationships. And that's why the healthiest dependence is interdependent. Okay? So Paige cosplaying as this hyper feminist person, miss me with the BS, Paige. I don't buy that for a second. And I'm clowning you a little bit. I'm poking fun, calling you a high school mean girl. Because the gag is, I also think you're cosplaying a mean girl. I don't think you're a mean girl, Paige. I think you're pretty you're kind of vanilla, plain Jane, kind of basic chick. You're a basic chick to me. I know you try really hard with your fashions, but to me, your style doesn't hit the way you think it does. And you just seem really, I don't know. I don't get the Paige overhype. I don't really get it. I don't get the Paige overhype at all. That's just me. But her cosplaying as a mean girl, cosplaying as this hyper feminist, while at the same time emasculating Craig, makes me very, very confused. I don't need him. I don't need his money, blah, 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 blah. Well, but then you act like you're so high maintenance and the guy has to beg to be with you and all this other stuff. So which is it? Do you not need him? Or do you just get an ego boost with cosplaying this role with him where you're showing all of us how much he wants you, how much he loves you more, how distant you can be? Again, to me, it's still coming from some form of wounding because it's not authentic. To me, Paige and Craig, they're not authentic. And the way Paige is creating this narrative around her value in the relationship doesn't seem authentic. Because when you authentically are valuable in the relationship, you just are. It's not forced. It's show me, don't tell me. Do you know what I mean? It's a lot. It's a lot. So I'm confused as to why she's not moving to be with him. They've been together for a long time. I'm not saying that the woman always has to move, but I think that you have to weigh when it comes, let me put it this way. Paige and Craig, in all relationships, you should compromise, but you should never sacrifice. And it seems to me he wants her to compromise and move to be with him because his business is a brick and mortar in Charleston. And it is more of a place that he wants to raise children. So to me, that would be a compromise. And he's like, I will make our home as stylish as New York as you want to make it. I want you to get to know Madison and the other girls so you have a support system here. He's doing everything where it's like, if you compromise and you come here, then I will do everything in my power to make you as comfortable as you can be. Whereas I feel like she wants him to sacrifice for her to move to New York, where his brick and mortar business isn't there. And he can't really do his business from New York when she can be an influencer, like I said, literally anywhere. You don't have to be in any location to be an influencer. And remind me what other job Paige has other than Amazon Live, Giggly Swat. Again, that's a podcast. You can do a podcast, again, from anywhere. People do it all the time. I'm doing it right now. We're not in the same right now. A YouTube channel is pretty much a video podcast. Podcast is audio YouTube, essentially. You can do your little Giggly Swat podcast from anywhere. And then when you do get your little hosting gigs, you can just go and fly and do your little hosting gigs and then come back to where you live as your home base. So from where I'm sitting, it seems like Craig is looking for you to make a compromise in the relationship, where if you're willing to compromise, he will make it worth your while. Whereas you want him to sacrifice in order to have this front fake narrative of how cool you are and how you're going to make a man sacrifice if he wants to be with you. To me, it's coming more out of ego and out of selfishness than anything else. So if I was Craig, I personally would have been out. I wouldn't let anybody play in my face like this because Paige was playing in his face. And I do think Craig is getting to his limit because he's saying things like, well, you know what? If we make it or don't, I will be okay. I'm at the point in my life. And that's another thing. When your partner says to you, I am good with or without you, which is how we all should be. Like we should be okay whether someone is with us or not with us, right? That's a healthy person. I love you. I want to be with you. But if this doesn't work out, I'm still good. I'm still stable. I might be sad, but I'll be okay. That's where we all should be. That's that healthy part of ourselves. But when your partner says to you in the context of their relationship, babe, I'm good with you or without you. I don't know if this is going to work out. If it doesn't, I'm good. I've become, because he said, and again, like I said before, because she used to clown Craig because a lot of people used to clown Craig when he was kind of like all over the place. But he said, I've worked on myself and I'm in a really good place that now I'm in a point where if we're together, cool. But if we're not, I'm also good. And then she was all shook about it. I think this either was on Southern Charm or it was on Summer House. I get them confused because they cross shows a lot now. But it's on one of them, and that really shook her. And she was like, "No, but like I wouldn't be here if I didn't really love you. If I didn't want to be, because I wouldn't be here." So now you want to be all like, "I need you," because you got a little shook because he was like, "I'm with you or without you." But that is what I mean by when you're with a man. When she was with Craig was still clearly in love with Naomi. Quiet as it's kept, I think he's still in love with Naomi. And I think that in the back of his mind, Naomi is endgame. Watch this space. I would not be surprised if the gag is going to be, at the end of the day, it's going to be Craig and Naomi get back together. Watch that space. But he was clearly still in love with his ex Naomi when he was with Paige. That's why he didn't want to label it. He was being wishy-washy, all that stuff. And she was like, well, I'm going to play the cool girl. I'm just going to be so cool. I'm going to be the cool girl. And he's going to like choose me. No, Paige, he didn't choose you. He settled for you, if we're being honest. Because if Naomi said to him, I want you back, he would have dropped you like a freaking hot potato. Because Craig was losing his GD mind when Naomi was on the last season of Southern Charm. Not this season, but the season before that. He did not know what to do with himself. And he kept talking to you about her. Oh, my crazy ex-girlfriend. Oh, Naomi said this. Oh, Naomi said that. Again, these men have enough money for therapists. They can get better help, and you're not their bestie. Why are they talking to you about their ex? When a man continuously talks to you about his ex, he is actually communicating to you, this is the woman who is actually on my mind. Whether or not you want to accept that, that's up to you. And like I said, now Craig has healed from Naomi. I still think they're going to get back together, but he's healed from that. His business is booming. He's making money. He's in a good place. He's worked on himself. And what did he say to her? Well, at this point, I'm good. So I'm good with you or without you. And that's when she got shook. Because that's what I said before. When you're with a man who is either still into his ex or he lacks vision and he lacks a plan in any area of his life when he says he wants to be with you, usually, and that's not always money either. I think for Craig, it was more his self-esteem and his confidence because he was going through a lot of going from feeling not good enough man, unworthy, because everybody would clown him, to now he's making his money, his business is booming. I think he's probably gotten some therapy because he seems to be a lot more healed and a lot more reasonable and rational than a lot of people. I think now, because vision isn't always just money, vision is the man you want to be, that healthy, healed man. And now that Craig is in that position, his tune is changing. I could be with you or without you, is basically what he said to her. I could take you or leave you. So don't push it, Paige. He was putting her on notice, and that's why she got shook, okay? Because I didn't think she ever expected him to say that to her. Go back and watch. It's either the last season of Southern Charm or it's Summer House. I can't remember. I think it might have been Southern Charm. I'll go back and find out. But that scene to me, I was like, oh, Craig is ready to hat up. Craig is 1 foot out the door. You know what I mean? He's 1 foot out the door. And then it was confirmed on Summer House when he was talking to Kyle, and he had Kyle shook, remember? Because he was saying to Kyle, he was like, well, it would be naive to just assume this is going to work out. She lives in New York. I live in Charleston. None of us is willing to sort of budge on that. We're doing long distance. How long is that sustainable? So it would be naive to just assume this is going to work out. And Kyle was shook Because again, Kyle's a really good guy and he loves Paige and he looks at her like a sister. And so he was like, whoa. And then that's when Kyle went to Paige to be like, hey, like, what's going on with you and Craig? For the first time, I heard him express some doubt. And then Danielle came and read her down for filth, because we haven't really heard Craig be so indifferent to her before that even Kyle was shook. And that's what I mean. When a man gets his vision and his plan for whatever area in his life, and if you were not a part of that original vision and plan, you become disposable. And that's a harsh way to put it, but look at the pattern of behavior. But the thing is, Paige is doing it to herself, because I do think that if she compromised, not sacrificed, because this is the thing, in all things in life worth having, you're going to make compromises. In a relationship, you're going to have to compromise if you want to have a happy and healthy and balanced relationship where your partner does not end up resenting you. Because if I'm in a relationship and my partner never compromises and I'm the person who's always sacrificing, I'm going to resent the hell out of him. And then that's going to show up in, you didn't do the dishes. Why are you coming home late? What's going on here? Don't touch me, blah, 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 blah. Because the truth is, I now feel resentful that I've sacrificed so much for you. And I feel like you've done nothing for me. And now I feel like you owe me. When the truth is, each person needs to compromise on some things. And I'm going to say this. When it comes to relationships, you compromise on preferences. You never sacrifice your standard. Because these are different things. A preference is Paige prefers to live in New York. She can make the compromise to live in Charleston. That's a preference. A sacrifice would be, like I said before, Craig's business, which is booming and he's making a lot of money, is physically headquartered in Charleston. Brick and mortar is there. That is where his business physically is. Uprooting that, and he also wants to have a family and kids in that area. And even Paige herself has talked about having kids, but being in New Jersey or Connecticut, which is, again, the outskirts of the city. So she still wants to raise her children in a suburban aspect, which is kind of what you would get in Charleston, maybe a little bit more homier, but it would still be more of that big house, backyard, walk to school, community feel. It would be a sacrifice for him to move to New York. Do you see what I'm saying? So I think that, wait 1 second, guys. All right, we're back. Sorry about that, guys. So don't ever sacrifice your standards. Like, again, like for Sierra and West, let's say her actual standard was, I need to be in a committed relationship with someone before having sex with them. If that's her standard, then yeah, don't sacrifice that. Don't just sleep with him because you think that's the only way to keep him. But make sure that's rooted in your standard, not rooted in your wounding. That if I sleep with him, he's going to discard me because he got what he wanted. That's living in your wounding. A standard is, I value commitment and I value feeling safe when I'm physically intimate with someone. So until we have that level of trust and until we have that level of commitment, that I don't feel comfortable having sex with you. That's a standard rooted in your value. So don't ever compromise your standards. Don't ever sacrifice your standards, but compromise on preferences. A preference might be, hey, babe, let's get Chinese tonight. No, I don't really want to. I'm an Indian. That's a preference. Compromise. You know what I'm saying? When you learn how to compromise on your preferences in your relationship, that is how you foster healthy relationships. But don't sacrifice your standards. Like a standard could be, I value feeling safe in my relationship in all areas. Therefore, I want a partner who is financially abundant and stable because that gives me a feeling of safety. That's a standard rooted in a value. Anyway, that's kind of where I feel on them. To me, I just feel like Paige is like little girl lost cosplaying. And I was going to talk about Danielle and Gabby next, but I'm going to talk about where I think Paige is lying next, and then I'll talk about Gabby and Danielle. Okay, so I stumbled upon this little nugget article. Let me get the article up. So the article is from Screen Rant, and it says Summer House, clues that Paige DeSorbo lives rent-free. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because wasn't one of Paige's storylines, conflicts with Craig was about how she's moving from her apartment to another apartment and what her budget for the apartment is. And she said it's like around 8,000 and I don't want to go any higher than that and blah blah blah. And that was a huge thing. And he's like, well, if you find something great that's like outside of that budget, I'll do the extra part. And she's like, no, I don't ever want a guy that I'm not married to pay my rent because I don't want to be beholden to him. This is the gag. Paige moved, I think, maybe April of this year or something like that. She moved it like a month or two ago. Prior to that, allegedly, word on the street, she was living in, I think her rent was maybe like 10 to 15K. These like that her crazy apartment in Hollington's worth, either for free or at a deep, deep influencer discount. So her whole storyline about being this boss babe, paying her own rent and all in her budget was a lie because she wasn't even paying her rent. And remember when she said before that she wasn't paying rent when she first came on the show because her parents were paying her rent? So she went from her parents paying her rent in New York City to either being paying no rent in New York or deeply discounted because she was an influencer for the building she lived for. So this is one of their posts from December of 2020. Let's upgrade ya. And they tagged at Paige. Paige on her Instagram and TikTok, she would always do tours of the amenities of her where she lived. She would geotag where she lived. I don't even geotag where I live, and I'm not on the level Paige is at when it comes to following, but just out of sheer safety. So basically, everybody on Reddit and on Screen Rant basically realized that she was an influencer for the apartment building she was living in and was living either rent-free or at a deep, deep discount in exchange for promoting the place. So her whole storyline with him about rent was a lie. And you know how she said that her rent was her budget was like 7 or 8K? Again, sleuths on the internet. I did not do this. Sleuths on the internet. The apartment that she moved to is 15.5K a month. This is also the gag. Isn't that more than what Lindsay and Carl were paying jointly for their apartment? Remember when she had the audacity to talk to Lindsay and Carl, who had two incomes for their 12K or whatever it was a month apartment, and now her apartment that she lives in by herself is $15,500 a month. But yet on the show, she's lying and saying her budget is 7 or 8K because, I don't know, does she want to be relatable? But again, is she actually paying that amount, or is she doing another influencer brand deal? I will post about it. I'll get your building into press and I'll do Instagram and we'll do that in exchange for a deep discount. She's not the first influencer to do this. There have been influencer housing. There have been influencer apartments. Some of the housewives, I believe Dorinda Medley did the same exact thing. It actually might have been in the same building. And I think Dorinda had to move when she got put on pause from New York, from the apartment she was in. But a lot of these housewives, Bravo stars, big influencers, they get either deep discounts or everything comped to promote. Now, I want to be very clear. By no means am I hating on the hustle. If you want to give me a $15,000 a month apartment in New York for free to post, call me. Link is in the bio, baby. Call me, hit your girl up all day long. I will post, I will tag, I'll do all of the things. Let's do the damn thing. So trust me, I am not a hater. By no means am I hating on her for this. My issue is, why are you lying about it? Why are you shaming Lindsay and Carl for combining their incomes and being like, you guys don't even have jobs? They do have jobs. Number one, they're on the show. And the gag is they've been on the show longer than you, Paige. They are season oneers. So they probably actually make more per episode. If I don't know the Summer House pay scale, but if it's like a Vanderpump Rules where you get paid by seniority, they make more than you do, boo boo. And they also do influencer stuff and everything else. So to shame Carl and Lindsay, and I don't even like Lindsay like that, but I'm not going to just bash Lindsay to bash her when I don't agree with it. You know, if I agree with somebody, I'm going to agree with them. I'm not just going to bash somebody to bash them if I don't agree with it. And I do think that Paige was, and that's again why I said before, Paige is a liar. She's not Lindsay's friend. She hates Lindsay. She only befriended Lindsay this season because it was so obvious that Lindsay and Carl were going to implode and she wanted a front row seat with popcorn. That's it. She hates Lindsay. Paige hates her. And I think she couldn't stand the fact that she was with Carl, a man who had rejected her. She couldn't stand it. So at the reunion, she's like, you guys don't have jobs. How are you getting this apartment? Well, Paige, you are now in a 15.5K apartment living by yourself. Are your parents still helping you? You have your job, so I'm sure you're making money from, and maybe you're getting an influencer discount. But then don't throw jabs at them. They're on the show, they're making money, they're doing influencer stuff. They were talking about it on the show this year about how Lindsay does influence stuff and so does Carl and everything else. So why are you coming at them? And then also, and Craig, and this is and remember this because this is going to go into when I get to Kyle and Craig and the whole lover boy sprit society bull crap that's going on. Craig is also a liar because, oh, before I say that, and the reason why we know Paige was living rent free was on, I don't listen to the Giggly Squad podcast. I don't, but people on Reddit do. And they listened to an episode where either a caller or somebody, again, I don't listen to their podcast, I don't know the format, but basically asked Paige, oh, are you getting, your rent comped because you're always posting about your apartment? And she was very like demure about it, very like she didn't really answer it. So basically like a yes. And it's obvious because they're promoting her and she's promoting it. So Craig, you know that. So why are you lying? Why are you guys lying about this whole narrative storyline about Craig offering to make up the difference in your rent money and saying her budget is 7 to 8, but if she finds something she likes more, he'll make the difference? Craig, why are you agreeing to the lie? Because you know she doesn't even pay rent. And I doubt she went from one place that was rent free to a place now where she's paying 15K by herself. I highly doubt it. I'm pretty sure she's probably getting another influencer deal, which is fine. Trust me, if you are a luxury estate a place and you want me to post and talk about it and you want to comp me, call me, email me. Everything's in the description box. No shame. Trust me, by no means am I knocking her hustle. I think it's cool. It's awesome. If you get those opportunities, take them in life. If people want to comp you and they want to give you stuff and you have the opportunity to have experiences of luxury and ease, take them. Take them. There's no glory in sacrifice. There's no glory in suffering. There's no glory in grind and hurting it out. Hell no. If you can get something, take it. As long as you're not hurting anybody, take it. Why not? 1 second. Sorry, I had to put in a cough drop. So if you hear me sucking, it's the cough drop. I've been running my mouth for 2 hours, so a little dry. Take it. But I'm looking side eye at Paige and Craig because it's a stupid lie. It's a stupid lie. Why make a storyline out about the rent and paying, and then she wants to be like, I'm an independent woman and I don't need no man to help me with my rent? Like, what? Like, I'm just confused at why Paige and Craig felt the need to lie about rent money. What value did that add to them as a couple or to a storyline, if anything, when you're lying? And we know you're lying. You know what I mean? Well, I mean, let me put it this way. Allegedly, all the receipts point to the fact that you're lying. And it's a stupid lie. And let me show you some more receipts. This is the Reddit, Paige's apartment. It says, so clearly she's living in her apartment for free or a seriously reduced price. I know in one of the last Giggly Squad episodes I listened to, she acted demure when a listener asked if she was getting her rent comped to advertise the building. She's always tagging her building in posts, and now she did a tour today of the amenities. Come on, we aren't stupid. Then the other person says her last place was one of those influencer deals with the building where they periodically tag the place and show the amenities like the gym and rooftop. Talk about an upgrade, though. Sheesh. The other person says, I'm embarrassed to say I already found it on Street Easy, 15.5K a month. The other person says the irony is her making fun of Lindsay and Carl for their 13K apartment. I'm a Paige fan and expenses are a case by case situation, but I love some gossip, but she kind of looks like a dip crap now. A dip S, which is true. You're getting your rent comped and you're lying about it for a storyline that's boring as hell and nobody actually cares about. And Craig, you're co-signing the lie. And then you're coming after people. You know what I'm saying? Maybe Lindsay and Carl are getting their rent comped. I don't think so because they don't tag and everything like she does. But you're caught. You're caught in a dumb lie. Why are you making a storyline about this? And why are you co-signing it, Craig? Speaking of the lies, the lies, the lies. That brings me to Kyle Cooke and Craig Conover beefing over Craig now investing allegedly, or at least being a brand ambassador for Spritz Society. When Kyle obviously has Loverboy, which of course they have different varietals, but it's basically a knockoff of Loverboy with their spritzes and everything. And Kyle Cooke said Craig lied and he has a history of lying. Now, to be honest with you, when Kyle said that, and I'm not going to tell you whose side I'm on yet. I want you guys to guess it and tell me whose side you're on in the chat box. When Kyle said Craig has a history of lying, I thought to myself, does he? Like, I was like, I can't remember Craig really lying. Like, does he? I know that Craig sometimes is very insecure and he would sort of exaggerate and be very boastful and kind of braggadocious and all that stuff. And like, I know on like Winter House, he was a big jerk. Oh, I have this money and you take this money and I got this money, because Craig is new money and he was just sort of being a jerk about it. 1 second, you guys. But then when I was doing my research for this live, I realized Craig is in on the lie with Paige about the rent amount. And that is such a dumb lie. What else are they lying about? You know? I wonder what else they're lying about. That's kind of how I feel about that one. So let's look at what their feud is. I found some good clips that kind of breaks it down and it gives an overall of what happened and then we'll talk. Hi, guys.
Have you been following the Craig, Kyle, Spritz, Loverboy drama? Whose side are you on? I am on Team Kyle.
Have Bravo Celebrity canned cocktail company drama going on. Last night on the Watch What Happens Live after show, Kyle Cooke expressed his dismay for Craig Conover investing in the canned cocktail company Spritz Society, and he basically called Craig a liar. So Spritz Society is owned by Claudia Oshry, girl with no job on Instagram, and her sister Jackie Oshry, and they also host the Toast podcast. And so they have been friends with Craig for a while, I guess, and he expressed interest in investing in Spritz. Kyle is claiming that the whole thing was really slimy, that the founder of Spritz Society, who's Claudia's husband, Ben Soffer, took him to dinner and milked him for information about the business prior to the announcement that Craig had invested. And basically, he feels like he was like two-timed. This morning on the Toast, the girl said that Craig actually took Kyle out to dinner and said, look, if you let me invest in Loverboy, I will not do the Spritz deal. And Kyle said no, because he doesn't give out equity, he doesn't accept private investors. If that is true, to then turn around and call Craig a liar on the after show is very bizarre man-child behavior. Also, again, disregarding his wife and her feelings, because this is one of her best friend's boyfriends, and it has to put them in a very weird spot. So I guess we'll see, because these are two very different stories being told.
Have you been following the Craig, Kyle, Spritz, Loverboy drama? Whose side are you on? I am on Team Kyle, I think, in this. I just feel like Craig might have been a little bit shady about it, just from the way that Kyle was talking about it on Watch What Happens Live, and it just feels like he wasn't super transparent. Also, the owners of the business sound super shady for not disclosing anything. I think that's weird. What do you think?
You actually look upset.
Well, look, he has a reputation of lying, and he lied to me. So.
Okay. Wow.
Wow.
Curtis B wants to know if there's any bad blood between you and Craig, since he recently invested in a direct competitor of Loverboy.
There's really no bad blood, because I think this is being blown out of proportion. I don't really think there was an investment, and it seems like all the press is
the
referencing
front person for it.
Right. I mean,
okay, well,
who has a better drink?
I mean, just look at the numbers. It's public information. We sell about 5 times more Spritz. So.
Boom.
Okay. 5 times more Spritz.
And we're not even a Spritz company. We're
you heard it
like
here first. They're not Spritz
product.
company.
Right.
I wish him the best, but it was the way he handled it, and we don't have time to get into it, what really rubbed me the wrong way, and I'm just trying to take the high road.
Love that.
Okay. Well, you actually, I mean, I have to say, you actually look upset.
Well, look, he has a reputation of lying, and he lied to me. So.
Okay. Wow.
Wow.
Okay. So 2 things. Why do you think this company signed him to be their spokesperson?
I mean, the founder, took me out to dinner days before they inked the deal and failed to mention any of that, and milked information from me.
Wow.
So really shady operation. And then, I think Craig had already signed the deal when he confronted me, and then he claimed that he didn't know I have a Spritz. He thought I just have sparkling RTs, and I'm like, bro, we launched our Spritz line 1.5 years before this company. Okay. And it was just like the whole thing. I was just like, man, first of all, it's not a rivalry if you're not doing anything. Like they're basically riding you for your Instagram, and then all the articles that come out are about Loverboy,
right?
About his involvement. It's just
that
like
company may be failing, and they're like, we need to put a famous face on here to like hopefully.
I mean, they already have a big following, so if they couldn't do it, without him, are they going to be able to do it with him? I don't know. I don't wish anybody ill will, but like the way they went about it was it really rubbed me the wrong way.
Does Craig have a reputation for lying?
Well, I think that's what I've been told, and he kind of like.
What's worse, lying or not saying anything? Because
Well, my whole thing is like, I've literally launched products. Like, we launched our espresso martini while we were filming Winter House. He knows we don't just do teas. Like, he was there. He's had all these products.
Right.
So don't tell me you thought we were just a tea company.
You thought you were a tea company?
Yeah, he was like, I thought you just do sparkling RTs. And I'm like, what? Right. Like, if anything, the company that you just invested in took a page out of our book and launched a copycat 1.5 years later.
What do you think?
Yeah, so that's kind of the gist of the beef. If anybody watches it on the replay and any of those clips don't play, it's because I had to take them down for copyright. Legally, I'm allowed to use them, but if somebody asks me to take it down, I will. So there's that. But you guys are watching live, so the people who live got to see all the clips. So that's basically what happened, right? Kyle, as we know, has Loverboy. They have different varietals from tea to espressos to spritzes to all that. And that's like Kyle's baby, Loverboy, Loverboy, Loverboy. Craig, who's supposedly a good friend, Amanda and Paige are supposed to be best friends, now then goes and invest perhaps, but at least is doing, press and being a brand ambassador for Spritz Society, which is a spritz by those girls from The Toast. I don't listen to The Toast. I know a lot of people do. Everyone's like, oh my God, The Toast podcast. I'm personally like not into The Toast. Let me know if you guys listen to it. It's not really my thing. But apparently one of the girls, Claudia, husband, sort of took Kyle out to dinner, picked his brain, got all of these sort of like trade industry secrets without disclosing to him that he was basically going to make a copycat brand. And so then he went and launches the copycat brand using information that Kyle had given him. And then I guess Craig is saying that, oh, no. Like I went to Kyle and said, can I invest in Loverboy? And if you let me invest in Loverboy, then I won't do this partnership with Spritz. And Kyle was like, no, I don't have investments. It's just me. So then Craig was like, okay, well, I'm going to go do the Spritz. That's allegedly what they're saying Craig said. I am team Kyle because I am team, wait 1 second, you guys. Anyway, sorry for that interruption. I agree with Kyle because I think that there's more that happened and more went on behind the scenes that Kyle did not say on Watch What Happens Live that gave him that anger, that disdain. You know what I mean? That sort of bad taste in his mouth and feeling like something shady went down. I don't think that Kyle would have said that and felt that way if Craig didn't actually lie to him or deceive him in some way. If the husband from Spritz Society didn't, do him dirty, take him out to dinner, poach him for his ideas, and then launch a copycat company. Like, of course, Craig, and then Andy Cohen, shut up and have sell receipts. Being an investor versus being a brand ambassador, which is what Kyle was shading Craig about, are two very different things. Investing in a company, you could be a silent investor, you just invest money, and then you're an investor. Doesn't mean you have to actually be the face of it. You could be the face of a company and have no equity in it, and you're not investing it. You're basically just a glorified influencer. You're a brand ambassador, essentially, right? And that's what Kyle was kind of shading Craig as. So for me, I don't think that I don't think that Kyle would be this pissed off, this hurt, because he doesn't seem angry, he seems hurt, if everything was done above board. And he's not saying Craig can't go and do his own thing. I just think he's saying the way it went down rubs me the wrong way and left a bad taste in my mouth. And I believe Kyle. I don't think Kyle would lie on Craig for no reason. I don't think Kyle would say, this rubbed me the wrong way, the way it went down, if something shady didn't go on. And I think Craig would be shady, especially when it comes to business and him proving himself and all of this, that. And we've now caught him and Paige in a stupid lie about money and apartments and all of this stuff. What else are they lying and fronting about? You know what I mean? I don't think Kyle would. To me, Kyle seems like a man of integrity. I don't think he would actually care that much that Craig is being an influencer for spritz. That's basically what he was shading him as. He's an influencer for spritz. I don't think Kyle would care unless something shady went down behind the scenes, and he refused to say what it was. He was like, no, I like Craig. I don't want to get into it, blah, blah, blah. Like, he's like, I feel like shook by it and everything. And then also, people are saying that the girls behind the toast, that they're shady, like they're shady girls and their husband is shady. There's some stuff going on with them. I'm not going to say what it is on my channel because I don't want to get demonetized. I don't want to get any flags, but just Google the toast, Claudia, husband, controversy, look it up on TikTok, look it up on Google, it'll come up. And if those rumors are true, ugh. And those girls always gave me an ick vibe. I tried to get into the toast because all the Bravo girlies talk about the toast. And I'm a Bravo girly. Well, I'm really not a Bravo girly because like I rip them apart. But I want to be a Bravo girly. And I tried to get into it, but for some reason I cannot connect with these women. I do think they're shady as hell. I do think that her husband lied to Kyle. And I do think Craig did some schemy, snaky stuff behind Kyle's back. Because I just, in my gut, don't think that Kyle would lie on Craig. And I don't think that Kyle would have had that level of disdain unless something really shady did happen. So I want to know what you guys think. Put it down below. You know, what do you think about Kyle versus Craig? Who do you think is lying? Who do you think is telling the truth? What do you think went down? Because Craig admitted, he's like, he can do whatever he wants. It's fine. But yeah. Irene says, I thought Loverboy was an alcohol beverage. It is an alcohol beverage. It's like spiked teas, martinis, spritzes. A spritz is alcoholic, like an Aperol spritz. It's basically like bubbly mixed with alcohol as a spritz. So Loverboy is an alcohol beverage, except for the new offering that Carl is doing, like the non-alcoholic. But Loverboy is basically like spiked teas and spiked espresso martinis and spritzes and everything. And Spritz Society is also alcohol. Yeah. But that's a good question. That's why Kyle was saying they basically did a ripoff brand. And what pissed Kyle off was the husband. And this would piss me off too, because it's like anybody can start anything. Do you know what I mean? Like we can all start the same business. Everybody has a lip kit. Everybody has hair extensions. Everybody has a t-shirt line, hats. Everybody has sweatshirts and buttons and what blah, blah, blah. Everybody has everything. Kyle wasn't saying that he has a problem with what they're doing. He has a problem with how they did it. You know, that's what he's saying. And that's where I'm like, I'm on Kyle's side. I think he has a little bit more integrity. But as always, I want to know what you guys think. So I'm going to, what am I going to do? Should I drop the link or should we talk about Danielle and Gabby? I'm going to drop the link in case anybody wants to come up. And I'll talk about Danielle and Gabby in the meantime. But I have to switch locales. So I have to turn off my video. But I have to switch locales. But I'll be back. Okay, 1 second. Okay, we're back. All right. So let's talk about Danielle and Gabby. All right. So this is the thing. I think that, and let me know if you guys can still hear me because I had to go in a different room. I think that Danielle and Gabby both deserved better from, quote, their friends. You know, Paige is such a bitch to get to Danielle. It's insane. Like, pipe down, Paige. Like, why are you coming at her? Because she, you know, read you for filth about your relationship with Craig when she told you that you give him nothing and she doesn't really see it lasting and everything. Like, that's all it is. Tay says, can you turn your video back on, please? No, I moved to a different room, so I'm gonna keep the video off for this. Sorry, Tay. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, you guys. It would be like too in your face. So yeah. So I feel like Paige came so hard for Danielle because, like they say, a hit dog will holler. So when Danielle told her about herself, she's like, well, Danielle, you don't have a man, you don't have a career, blah, 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 blah. But did you see the look on Paige's face? She was so gagged when Danielle, this last episode, did her launch of Dawn, her like fashion app. It's like, well, Paige, where's your app? Where's your company? You're the fashion girl. Where is your product, Paige? You're representing other people, but you don't have a product. I mean, you have Giggly Squad as a podcast, and that's great. But where's your stuff at, since you want to be so mean to Danielle, who quit her job to be an entrepreneur and to create an app and put everything together, which is very stressful and scary and brave. It's scary starting a business. It's scary going out on your own and being like, oh, what is Danielle a CEO and founder of? What are you doing, Paige? You're getting free rent. Like, shut up. Like, what are you doing? So it kind of made me feel bad for Danielle, how hard the girls went on her. And whatever Paige says, all the other girls are like, follow suit. Where I feel like there was no compassion for Danielle. Like, she had just broken up with Rob. He had been cheating on her. So she kind of was having her like hot girl era by hooking up with a lot of guys and like saying she doesn't care, which I don't think necessarily is the healthiest way, but a lot of people do that when their heart is broken and they come out of a long-term relationship. They kind of have their hoe phase. Look, as long as you're safe, knock yourself out, So there's that. But I feel like Danielle did not get a lot of grace or support from the girls. It was all about Lindsay and what Lindsay was going through and everybody else. And I don't think they realized that, hey, my friend was cheated on by her boyfriend that she thought she was going to marry. And he left her and basically said that there's no hope for them to ever get back together. That's pretty hurtful. That stinks. And I didn't see anybody really being there for Danielle or really like supporting her, And then with Gabby is even worse than Sierra when it comes to being a walking wound, and that's a hard thing to be. Gabby so needs to relax, work on her self-love, get a really, really good therapist. Don't even focus on dating. Just focus on yourself and really try to heal. And I mean really heal. Watch the latest after show episode. She loses her mind and she is unhinged. I mean, unhinged when she's talking about how Carl told Lindsay that she needed to be soft. This woman was so clearly like talking about herself and like vomiting, like everything going on with herself. It was absolutely crazy. It was absolutely nuts. And I was just like, girl, you have so much going on. This has nothing to do with Carl. This has nothing to do with Lindsay. This is like you just like unleashing your own wounding on yourself. It was literally insane. So I want her to get some help. But also, she also deserved better from her friends. Like when she had that whole hyperventilating meltdown and they blamed everything on Danielle, which to me was a scapegoat, because Paige and Sierra and Lindsay were all like, oh, you need to be hooking up, and why aren't you hooking up with people and put yourself out there, and this is why you're single, blah, 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 and all of that stuff. And I think it was just a lot for Gabby. I think she felt very overwhelmed and she felt not good enough and she felt left out. And I've had that happen to me in the past where my two best friends were in relationships and I was a single girl. And we would go out and they'd be like, oh, get with that guy, Candy, get with this guy. If I was single, and I had to say to them, like, you need to pipe down and shut up. Because number one, like, I am my own person. If I see a guy I'm interested in, I will allow him to come to me and I got this. And also, if you are fiending so bad about what you would do when you would be single, then maybe you need to look at your own relationship why you feel the need to live vicariously through me. Pipe down. I'm not a Gabby. I'm not going to fall apart because other people are projecting their stuff. So I understand how overwhelming that felt for Gabby and feeling like not good enough and left out and everything like that. Like I get that for her, but her reaction to me says she needs to work on herself, because when you are secure in yourself and you're solid in yourself, you see that people are projecting their own stuff onto you and you don't internalize it or personalize it or think that it means something is wrong with you. Because if all of your married friends or all of your friends in relationships are trying to live vicariously through you, then what are they lacking in their relationship? You know what I mean? So yeah, but I'm also going to need Gabby to find her own voice, and I'm going to need Gabby to find her own personality outside of this weird astrology tarot stuff. Again, I think that's some weird control, bizarre thing. I'm just going to need Gabby to like heal her soul, heal her wounding, get some help, and get out of Lindsay's butt. Like she's so far up Lindsay, but it's insane. I'm like, do you know what she ate for breakfast? Like, I'm confused. Are you chewing her food for her? That's how far up her butt you are. Like, it's sickening. She's Lindsay's lap dog. She's her yes person. And Lindsay is the type of girl who always needs someone who she thinks is inferior to her to be her beta and to be her yes person. It used to be Danielle, but then Danielle found her voice for a little bit at least. And then they had their big falling out. And so Lindsay basically said, okay, well, Gabby doesn't have any friends and Gabby is wounded and Gabby is thirsty. So Gabby will be that person, because Lindsay and Gabby became best friends very, very quickly. And it's like Gabby is just a yes person to Lindsay. Yes, Lindsay, you're right. Carl is evil. Yes, Lindsay. Yes, Lindsay. Yes, Lindsay. It's really weird. It's bizarre and it's sick. So I'm going to need Gabby to find her own personality and heal. All right, you guys, I'm going to, and Danielle, I think Danielle is great. I think she's on her healing path. She got her whole phase out. She launched her stuff and she's doing great. So that's good. Okay, so I dropped the link in case anybody wants to come up and chat. But if not, I'll take some Candy Cane's comment and questions. Dun, 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 dun. All right. Let's see here. Okay. Hey, Kelly. Kelly says present. Hey, Kelly. Hey, Miss T. Thank you for being my mod and holding me down. Thank you, you guys. Yay. Hey, Tay-Tay. Hey, Kelly says hello. Candy feathers up. Kelly says hi, Tay-Tay. Jill says love your unpopular views. Candy, thank you. Ooh, sorry. I didn't mean to cough on you guys. I apologize for that. I'm so sorry. I was worried to do this live because I was like, this is such an unpopular opinion. Like, I haven't seen any outlet, any blogger, any content creator, like, not just defending the guys, but like holding the women to task. You know, it just seems like there's just like default of, oh, these men are toxic and they're alcoholics and they're horrible, you know, girl boss it all day. And I'm like, this isn't it. This isn't it. So yeah, I have a lot of unpopular opinions when it comes to this stuff. Hey, Miss Brittany, she says, hey, Candy, Mullet doesn't need to be married. She gets on my nerves. She gets on my last nerve. She has no loyalty to her husband. She enjoys bullying him in front of the other castmates. I agree 100%. Kelly says her drinking was alarming in season 1. Yep. Hey, Miss T. Tay-Tay says, no wonder Carl's dad didn't want to marry them. Exactly. Okay, so I think we're on Lindsay and Carl. Okay, that's right. Miss Bernice says that relationship was doomed because he's a recovering alcoholic and she definitely has a drinking problem. You see it on the show. She gets violent when she drinks, so I'm so glad Carl called it off. I agree 100%. Miss T says everybody has their role to play 100%. This show sounds like a hot mess. I should definitely start watching it. Exactly. Tay-Tay says Carl's under a microscope with Lindsay and especially with the viewers 100%. Kelly says, you're very correct, Candy. Tay-Tay says, I agree. Kelly says, Paige is not likable. Miss T says 100%. That's right, you guys. Candy alert. Miss Bernie says, Paige is never going to marry Craig. I'll be glad when he wakes up. I agree 100% with that. That's right, you guys. Be sure to like, subscribe, and share. Thank you, Miss T. Join the Candy Cane crew. Definitely like, subscribe, and share. It's a free way to support. And also check out the description box down below for more goodies. Kelly says, those men she wants want Stepford wives. That's a very good point. That is a very good point. Tay says, Lindsay is Sandoval and Carl is Ariana in my eyes. Oop. Oop, oop, oop. The Totsky says, Amanda is the worst. That part. I think Kyle sees marriage more traditionally, and Amanda just wants the perks of a traditional marriage, like the house and the kids and Instagram account. Like, this man's business is going to let you stay home with those kids you say you want. Jassa says, they do? Bernice says, don't take advice from miserable, hurt people. That part. That part. Don't take advice from somebody who is not content with who they are and where they are in their life, because they will, not necessarily because they mean to, but because they will see everything through the perspective of their wounding, and they won't be objective to your actual situation and what's best for you. Some people want to sabotage you, and some people just aren't healed or conscious enough to give you advice that's not rooted in their own hurt. Natasha says, that's crazy. I can't believe her parents still pay her rent. Her rent is like $9K too, isn't it? Well, her new rent is $15K. And we're talking about Paige. Tay says, I'd keep Kyle over Amanda. I hate how she belittles him. Some of those characters that get on reality show think they are now rich. Dusty says, if you couldn't get over Kyle cheating on you, then Amanda, you shouldn't have married him. That's a very good point. That's a very valid point. You know, Amanda loves to throw in, Kyle cheated on me and I forgive you. That's very manipulative. If you choose to stay with someone who cheated on you and you say you forgave them, then you need to let it go. And you can't just bring it up every time on Mad Day as a trump card. You know, they are oblivious, entitled brats. Kelly says, at Bernice Jackson, when Craig wakes up, I'll be there with coffee, chocolate, and a nightie. Ooh, yes, yes. Irene says, I don't think Paige would be a good wife for Craig. Kelly says, Candy, you are reading these girls. Your opinions are life facts. Oh, thank you, sweetheart. Jessie says, what do we think of Craig promoting a competitive brand? I'm Team Kyle. I think that, of course, Craig can do what he wants, but I don't think that Kyle is lying. I think something went down behind the scenes that really was dirty and that really made him hurt and distrustful. I think he feels betrayed. So I'm definitely team Kyle on this one. Kelly says, passion project. I think it's more like they have more money than they really. I think she thinks they have more money than they really do. She is not Leah Black, married to a world famous attorney. Girl is not Kyle Richards. Agreed. Kelly says, no, Paige is not fashionable. She's really not. She's Delulu. Kelly says, oh God, another swimsuit line to read. Mr. Nate says, Kelly, you could get him too. Kelly says, ooh, I do think you are creative and intelligent, Candy. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I receive it. Kelly says, Amanda also doesn't have a fan base that will purchase her swimwear. Oop. Tay says, these girls are a lot. Agreed. You ain't lying. Candy, how dreadful. How dreadful. A fashion line with no fashion. Tay says, there are rumors that Jesse was messing around with Amanda. Oof, I heard those rumors. I don't think it's true. I don't see Amanda cheating on Kyle. Then again, stranger things have happened. Natasha says, exactly. Jen says, 100%. Yeah, you don't disrespect your husband in public. Exactly. I would never disrespect my man in public. Ever. Tay says, Kyle is the only one who's been with Carl through the good and the bad. Yep. Miss Bernice says, we just had the Movement Festival here in Detroit over the weekend. Hundreds of thousands of people over 3 days listening to DJs from around the world, including Idris. Kyle, good luck with the DJ. That's right. Natasky says, Kyle is such a sweet friend to Carl. I agree. Irene says, that's a real friend. Dusty says, Kyle's humble, 100%. Irene says, Amanda needs to get away from Paige. I agree with that. Amanda, you need to get yourself some married friends who are happy in their marriages. or you need to get yourself some single friends who are happy in their life. But for Amanda, I would say get some married friends because maybe they can teach you about compromise and respect. Kelly says, listen, Kyle, Candy would be great for you. Ah! Aw, aw. Dusky says, yeah, I'm over Paige. They do. Irene says, I thought Loverboy was doing good. He said that they had lost 3 million one year and then they've had lost 1.5. So hopefully it's doing better. Hopefully there's an uptick. In business, it's like an ebb and flow. So I hope they're doing really great. I hope they're killing it. Dusty says, I don't like Paige and Sierra's energy. Agreed. Irene says, grown-up kids on Summer House. That part. Tay says, I like Wes and Sierra together, but I don't think Sierra is ready to move with him. Tay says, I love the new boys. I do too. Irene says, Sierra thinks she's hot and too good for anybody. Oop. Reality Connoisseur says, I'm no Lindsay fan and never really have been, but to imply she's holding Carl back from being masculine is laughable in my opinion. Whoa, I'm not going to repeat that. Hey, Reality Connoisseur, whoa. Kelly says, popcorn. Jen says, it's sad too because Sierra is gorgeous and she really does get in her own way of true happiness. I agree. Until you heal yourself, you sabotage yourself. And healing does not mean perfection. By no means. We're not supposed to be perfect. We're humans. Irene says, okay, maybe that's why I think Sierra thinks she is too good. Nataski says, I was confused the dynamic of Sierra and Luke when she first came in. Okay, 1 second. Yeah, I agree. Like when she was like accusing Luke of like booty calling her and like how mad she got at Luke and she's like turned on him. I'm like, Sierra girl, you only have the career you have because Luke brought you in. Like, again, I don't think that you ever have to be like beholden to someone because they do you a favor or give you an up. But I always think it's really telling when you turn on them. She didn't have to turn on Luke. And she turned on Luke. And when she did that, I was like, Sarah, you're not it, girl. You're not it. When you turn on somebody who has really helped you, because Sarah, let's be honest, you have your modeling, you have your influencer stuff because you got on the show. You only got on the show because Luke brought you on. Doesn't mean you have to sleep with him or be his boyfriend. You don't even have to be friends with him. But to turn on him is where I'm like, this person has no integrity or character. You don't turn on people who help you in such massive ways, especially when he didn't do anything to you. Ari says, damned if you do, damned if you don't. Have sex. Kelly says there's another element to that, Candy, and it's ethnicity thing. Yep. Tay says Sierra has not recovered from Kroll. That's right. Austin Kroll. That's right. Kelly says, damn, Candy, you just took some layers off of me. I've been with my man a year and struggle with feeling like I'm enough for him. Girl, you're beautiful. You have value. Thank you. And Kelly, you are beautiful and you have value too. And you are more than enough for him. Don't forget, women are value adds. You add value to your man. Always. Don't forget that. And you don't have to even do anything. Just by being, you are enough. Okay? JV says, I don't understand the Paige hype, nor do I. I am so not into the Paige hype. I don't get it. Irene says, I understand what you're saying, Candy. Sometimes it's how the other partner goes around letting you know how he is not choosing you 100%. That's why you got to really listen to what people say. And you have to listen, but you also have to listen to what they don't say. And the number one thing is pay attention to what they actually do. JV says, Sierra's a Victoria's Secret model living in NYC. I've had my eye on a wealthy man, not a guy who got laid off. I'd have my eye on a wealthy man, not a guy who got laid off and is in season 1 of a reality show getting paid $7. Oh, you better tell it. Kelly says, at JV bingo. And I would be not resigned to New York. Exactly. Kelly says, ooh, some people like your personality. I know. I shaded the hell out of Sierra. Sierra, it's not personal. I just personally never understand what you're saying. maybe that's just me. I've never heard you make a joke. I've never heard you be light and fun. You're mean. You're kind of a jackass. You're mean. That's just kind of how I feel. I could be wrong. Irene says, a real man or woman doesn't look for beauty when choosing a partner. Kelly says, Sarah is dating below her value. When she gets played by those below her value, then she gets upset because it affects how she values herself and shouldn't. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, 100%. 100%. This is the thing. Whether you are dating a man below you, at your level, or above your level, never take them not choosing you as some sort of indication of your worthiness and your value. You know what I mean? It does, like, no, don't let anybody, whether this guy is a billionaire or he is broke, doesn't take away from your value. It just means for whatever reason, in this moment, this person isn't choosing you, and that's okay. You know, that's okay. It's just a choice. It's all it is. D Pill says, hello. Hello, D Pill. Jen says, yep, just like Kyle from the real world. I can see Wes on a sports show in the future. Exactly, Kyle Brandt. Exactly. I could see him doing sports, and I could see him doing like prank shows or something, you know, like him and Jesse hosting like a prank show or a bro show or the Boys of Bravo, some crap, you know, something like that. JV says, I'm shaming him for being a man who got laid off and then is turning down a relationship with a Victoria's Secret model. A short king at that. Oop. Kelly says, Sierra, I told you this segment lifted layers off of me. Thanks for the therapy. Layers I didn't know were there. Aw, yay. JV says, not everyone has trauma. I think that statement is dismissive of real PTSD and CPTSD diagnosed people. Just because you touched a hot stove doesn't mean you are a burn victim. See what I'm saying? No, I don't see what you're saying, JV, because I do think that everyone has trauma. And I think that they are different levels to trauma. And I don't think it's a competition. I don't think it's my trauma is bigger than your trauma, or your trauma isn't as important as my trauma. So I don't agree with that. I think that as human beings, we all, in trauma, it could be a trauma with a little t or a big T. It could be little things over time. It could be a big thing that happened one time. Human beings inherently have trauma. And trauma isn't always like something huge happened, somebody died, or you got in an accident, or something horrible, crazy happened. Sometimes trauma is, you know, having your parents not pay attention to you as a child, you know, having an absent father, having an absent mother, having parents who are in the house, but they're emotionally unavailable, having dismissive or abusive siblings. Those are all very traumatic things. Never thinking that your parents value you, never hearing that you're loved, never hearing that you're good enough. Those are still traumas. And, you know, having somebody break up with you or having an accident happen to you. Those are all traumas. And I don't think it's fair to think that people have a hierarchy on trauma, because they don't. They don't. Fire Ribbon says, fix a man. That part. Ariane says, a man becomes a man through growth. Ariane says, a man becomes a woman through growth. Ariane says, sometimes it takes a lifetime. LOL. True. God intended it from the beginning. Adam and Eve. Fire Robin says, he's still stuck on Madison. Yep. Jen says, yes, she did. I even think Sierra mentioned it on Watch What Happens Live at the time, too. I was confused why she went back, too. Exactly. It's like, Sierra, this guy has played you over and over and over again, and you continue to let him play you. Is he the jackhole, or are you the jackhole? You know, it is what it is. You're going to give a kid candy, they're going to eat it. Fire Rob says, Sierra's looking like Craig-like person. Sierra's looking for a Craig-like person. Hey, Natasha, you want to share?
Oh my God, I was like eating because I was waiting.
No,
my mouth was full as soon as you called. I was like, oh, you know? Oh my God, it's so good to hear from you.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, yeah, Sierra gets on my nerves. I wanted to talk about that Luke thing too, and I heard you talking about it because I just remembered it, and I feel like we all forgot about that. That was so weird. Like, I don't necessarily remember the details. I just remember she came in with Luke, and they were in that house, and then they seemed like they were like kind of together, kind of dating, like, but like obviously casually. But then all of a sudden she just like got weird and stopped talking to him and like acted like he was like a predator or something. It was so strange. Do you remember that?
Yeah, 100%. She was like, no, like he always takes the girls like back home to like Montana or Kentucky, wherever the hell he's from, in the woods.
In the
Yeah,
woods?
In the woods. And so he had taken her home to like the woods or whatever. I think they banged, obviously. And she's like, and then he kind of like faded and goes, it's like, Sierra, like, girl, what do you want? Then he was like buying her flowers and being like, let's hang out. And then she was like being mean to him, like, why are you giving me flowers? Like, to me, it's just like classic wounded women who say they want one thing and then they get it. And then they're mad that they're getting it because they're still in their wounding. And I honestly don't think Luke ever did anything wrong.
I don't really think so either.
I really don't.
I didn't understand her issue.
I didn't get it either. I'm like, what's wrong? Remember, she like got so mad because he texted her at like 9:30. She's like, how dare you text me at 9:30?
She's like, I have boundaries.
She's like, I have boundaries. Like, you're just looking for a booty call. He's like, I said, hey, what's up? We live in the same house. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, you literally live in the same house.
Like, go downstairs and have like
Weirdo.
pizza. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, like he might have been texting you that the chicken nuggets were ready from the oven. Like, shut
like,
up.
do you want to like come down? Like, what is going on here?
It was so, I just remember that was so strange. And you're right. Ever since then, I like looked at her weird. I didn't understand it.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's like she latched on to Hannah because Hannah liked him at the time.
Yep.
And she's like, oh yeah, now don't worry, I hate Luke. And it's almost like she did that. I kind of got the impression that she was trying to like secure her spot on the show with Hannah and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And she was like, Luke isn't the way, or like whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it was just weird. And Paige, you're right, is getting on my nerves. I didn't know she said her parents pay for her apartment. That's so weird to me.
Yeah, when she first came on the show, season 4 maybe, around there, she was saying how like her parents still pay for her rent in New York. And then now it's exposed that, and again, I'm not hating by any means, any brand out there that wants to pay for my rent, you're welcome to. But now we know that like she was basically living rent free or at a deep, deep discount, but yet they're making her rent and her moving this whole storyline this year. So her and Craig are both lying.
Who was paying for her rent?
The building she lived in, because she was an influencer for the building. Like you see on the slide where it's like the Hollingsworth NYC. So that's the building she lived in. And she used to always tag it. She would do like amenities tours because she was basically doing social media for them. Like, like a brand will be like, oh, come to our hotel. We'll comp you the night. Do some posts for us and we'll comp your stay. This is that, but we will comp your rent if you promote our building.
Yeah.
And a lot of influencers and like reality stars, even celebrities, do that because it's it's advertising for the company.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost like a barter system. Like, you don't pay rent, but you promote us, which is fine. Again, any brand out there, you want to sponsor me, link in bio, description box, shameless. My issue with her is, why are you then going after Carl and Lindsay? And then why are you lying about moving and your rent for this storyline with Craig? Like, why did you have I don't understand it. Like, just move. Like, why was there even the conversation about the rent? Do you know what I mean?
I don't know. Yeah, that's weird.
When you're lying.
Yeah, there's something off about her. Like, I get like a weird I used to kind of like her, but lately I just picked up like this weird, like sinister vibe off of her. I don't know. There's something off.
Mm-hmm. Diane says, Candy, how about you date Carl and then let us know what he is truly like. Carl isn't my type, but
Carl definitely isn't my type.
But I would happily be friends with him. And
yeah, he seems like a sweetie.
He seems like a really good guy. So I would definitely be friends with him.
But with the whole Amanda thing, yeah, like it's out of control.
Mm-hmm.
I just feel like, I said so in this chat earlier, but like, I just feel like, I know that like Kyle cheated on her or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But if she wasn't going to get over that, then she shouldn't have married him. You can't this is my thing. And I think like a lot of women do this. is that if you agree to forgive someone and take them back, that means you cannot make their life hell for the rest of their lives. You cannot hold them over, because when you're forgiving, you are like officially forgiving them. It's not like I'm going to allow you back in, but your punishment is going to be prolonged over time. You know what I mean? I don't think that's healthy. And also, I just feel like they look at marriage differently. I think find Amanda pretty immature. Like he, believe it, like as much as a party boy he kind of takes his marriage seriously, you know? Like he's like, the brand that he's building is for you, Amanda. So when you do have a kid, you can stay at home with it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, what is wrong with you? This isn't just like him being selfish. How is it selfish when I think he just like views it more like as a traditional kind of marriage. And like, she's just like, oh, I'm married. Like, I want the Instagram house and kids now. You know what I mean? And like, I don't think she understands this concept of like, no, girl, you're in a marriage. This is like both of y'all's future. I don't know. And then so she's like being all immature, and then she's talking to her friends who like wouldn't know a successful relationship from like the inside of I don't know, you know? And they're like, you're right.
Mm-hmm.
I get like weird kind of like hater vibes. I get that maybe they don't want her to be married either. Like,
Yeah.
I get that.
I think they're haters, and I don't think I don't think Kyle wants a quote traditional marriage. I think he wants a marriage like his parents. Do you know what I mean? Like, I think that's what he wants. I think he wants to emulate.
That's what I mean by traditional. Like,
Yeah.
I don't mean like, oh, I'm the head of the house. Like, I don't mean like that.
Yeah. I think he wants to emulate his parents who have like a healthy, happy, quote unquote traditional. I agree.
And so, and at the end of the day, if she wants to stay home with the kids for a little bit, or like, I don't know, have a nice maternity leave, like, who's going to pay for that? You know what I mean? And it's like, this is a brand that like he built, like, this is for the both of y'all. Like, what are you doing? He's working.
Also, $4 million loan. That to me, with everything else aside, would wake me up every freaking day and be like, balls to the wall. If my husband, aka me, us, we, have a $4 million loan,
I don't think she has the concept.
I don't think so either.
I don't think she has the concept of like responsibility and like, I don't know, maybe money. Maybe like she doesn't understand what the concept of money and stuff and like where it comes from. It doesn't just come from your parents. You know, I don't know her background, but it's just off to me. Like, and she just seems really like out of touch with reality when it comes to it. And I definitely don't like the way she constantly emasculates him. It's like, I get it. He has a self-deprecating, funny personality, but you take it too far, girl. And it wears on a man. And she needs to not push her luck with that. You know what I mean? Because you can only do it so far before something like you might create a real crack, you know? That might not be able to be repaired.
100%. If your person says, I am lonely in this marriage and I want us to go to therapy, I don't want to have children because we're not in a good place, and I don't want to buy a house because it's putting a Band-Aid on something that's broken, all of those things point to you're going to get divorced if you don't change. And to be honest with you, I would have been divorced her. I would have been divorced her, because you are not going to publicly and continuously disrespect me and humiliate me. What I know, it's like to is it demasculate or emasculate a man?
I think it's emasculate.
Emasculate. Yeah.
But I feel like it would make sense if we put a D in front of it, but it's an E, yeah.
Yeah, it's an E. But what's like the woman version of that? When you strip away my womanhood?
I don't know.
Anyway, you're not going to do that version to me. It's like, you're not going to disrespect me in public, in private, in your confessionals, in your interviews, all day long. Like, she treats Kyle horribly. Like, even where they're together, she's like, don't breathe on me. Don't touch me. No, Kyle. Oh, you're horrible. It's like, do you even like him?
It really feels like she doesn't.
It's like, do you? It's like you worked hard enough to
feels
get
like
him.
Right? And it feels like she just like gets the ick.
Yeah. And it's like you worked hard enough to get him. Like you stalked him. You were a glorified booty call. He
Right?
cheated on you and you
She was
took him back.
determined, right?
You, yeah, you worked, you did damn hard to bag him. And now you don't want him to breathe on you? I'm confused.
and it makes me feel like was it just for the show and like the I don't know, like you just wanted to get married or like what is it? Like you're married now, but marriage isn't just like I said, an Instagram photo shoot and like stuff. It's like a marriage is real. Like it's work. It takes work and effort. You don't just like magically are married and now you like start this picture perfect life. You know what I mean? I don't know. She just seems like she just has like
Yeah.
this very immature perspective.
They all seem very immature.
And I understand. And like New York, to be fair, can be very Neverlandish, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. It's
By
just
immature, I meant
strange.
the girls.
Yeah, for everyone.
For everyone, like the girls, like to be honest with you, I actually feel like the men are the ones who are the more evolved and healed and doing the work.
Yeah. The
Like
fact
all of
that
the men.
if your husband, notoriously husbands are reluctant to go to therapy. If
Mm-hmm.
they're the one asking, you know it's bad.
100%.
I know, and I almost feel like he should bail before she gets pregnant if she can get like, you know.
I agree. Because if he's saying, I don't want to have children because we're not in a good enough place, don't bring children into that
Don't.
situation.
Because I can just see, I feel like, they're not compatible. I don't see
Mm-mm.
them being compatible. And I just don't see it improving either. I think she's just genuinely just a different person than him. And he's kind of precious in a way. And like, she's kind of like, I don't know what her struggles are, but like, I don't know. I just don't think they're compatible. I think that's what it boils down to. And I think she takes him for granted. And which is unfortunate. And I think that like I don't see her having an epiphany all of a sudden and being like, so I think like she just kind of this is inherently who she is.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not gonna jive with Kyle's personality and just like what he's portrayed on the show, what he sees for his life and stuff. Like
Mm-hmm.
it seems like they're always gonna have problems. And she obviously doesn't like really respect him that much. I don't know. It's weird. It's uncomfortable actually to watch.
Yeah, I agree.
And I'm like, who else was on? I don't know. What did you say about Carl and Lindsay?
Basically that Lindsay wanted to be Ariana and
Yeah.
that I think Carl was drinking the Kool-Aid of like, let's have this sort of fairy tale until he realized this isn't scripted. Would actually be a marriage. And I think when he got to the reality of it, he was like, this is too much. And I do think, and again, I'm going to say this is literally just my opinion and a thought that came to my head. I have no proof of this. I think that Lindsay got really drunk and got physical with him. And I think that was what really woke him up to the reality situation. And I think he told his mom and stepfather. And that's the real reason why they were so convicted about him not marrying her. I think it was more than just them fighting. I think it was more than just Lindsay being like, what are you on? Because the energy that Kyle's mother had was anger. And the stepfather also was like, when he said, you're going to be in a world of hurt if you get married and it's only going to get worse. That's what really made me, in my belief, in my mind, again, this is just what I think in my head, that Lindsay got really, really drunk and maybe pushed Carl, maybe pushed Carl or shoved him or something. But I think something physically happened when she was really drunk and they agreed not to say it. And I think that's why, even though Lindsay does fight with Carl, you can tell she's still tiptoeing. She hasn't really unleashed on Carl. And I think she's tiptoeing because she knows what she did, and they all agreed not to say anything about it. But I think that was where, because his mom at the like bridal shower, the way she was towards Lindsay, that energy, that mama bear energy, I think that was because she put hands on her son. I think it was, I do. Go back and really watch Carl's mother. Really watch her and watch the stepfather and watch what they say to him and watch their energy. It's more than just Lindsay saying, "Are you on drugs? What are you on? What are you on, Carl?" It's more than that. I mean, that's enough, especially given the fact that Carl's brother passed away because of addiction.
I mean, if you were jeopardizing and questioning my son's sobriety when it's like basically a life or death situation since her one son died from that, that's a lot too, you know?
No, it's a lot, but I think it's more than. I
But
don't
you could
think,
be right. I don't know.
that's what I think. That's what I think. Again, alleged. That's just what I think in my head. Especially because Carl's like, you're drinking, you become a different person, and the whole conversation of around, I'm scared of her. I'm scared. I don't want to get into an argument. I'm scared to talk to her. I don't know how to say it. Blah blah blah. I think it's more than them just yelling at each other. I think it's more than her questioning his sobriety. Because it would be one thing to question his sobriety. It would be another thing to like be telling him to drink or something. I think the mom would have that anger if she was threatening his sobriety in some way. Not so much that she questioned it.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Well, that's what I mean. Like, not just questioning it. Like, it is threatening. And like, how does Lindsay really expect someone who is literally in recovery, right?
Mm-hmm.
And to be able to drink like that around him?
I think the issue is, and I agree with Carl, and Lindsay's conflating the issues. It's not that Lindsay drinks, it's how she changes when she drinks. And that's what's indicative of a person having a problem. Like, if you change when you drink, that's a problem. When you get like, or like a Brittany, when you get sick and it makes you ill and you black out and you're vomiting, that's a problem. If it disrupts because there's functioning alcoholics and there's non-functioning alcoholics. There's different levels of alcoholism. Some people are binge drinkers. That's also alcoholism. They'll go the week with nothing, and then on the weekends they rage and black out.
Well, that's kind of like what Lindsay was doing too, like in a way, because she was like
college days.
Yeah, she was not drinking at all, and then like she would go down there and like 1 or 2 nights down there, she would like go hard and be like 3 a.m. style, like hard. And then she has like this sober, like vulnerable fiance, like, hello. And then she's like, what are you on? It's like, oh my God. It's
like, girl, can you calm down? And plus she was also so obviously like faking a narrative to be Ariana. Like, you're a hypocrite. You're just like Sandoval. You're a narcissist. You're gaslighting me.
The fact that she literally dropped up
Sandoval, I was like, girl, bye.
I'm done. Yeah, I was like, could you be any more obvious at this point? This is ridiculous, Lindsay.
Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, when she full on named, I was like,
Lindsay, full on name drop. She's like, you're being like Sandoval.
You're not even like, she wasn't even hiding it.
Wasn't even hiding it. Hiding in plain sight. Wasn't even hiding it. Ridiculous.
Like, Carl was like,
and
what are you doing?
And she's like, and plus, like, Lindsay's like not a good actress.
No.
And you can tell she's acting. She's like, well, isn't it hypocritical that he's questioning my drinking when like he does pot? It's just like, Lindsay, apples to oranges, girl, shut up. Like, shut up, girl. Apples to oranges.
And if you really feel that way, and you just were like low key thinking that and never said anything to him, that's kind of messed up too. Like, you never, like, you were being fake toward him. Like, you were okay with him like using like alternative type of things, but then when you got mad at him, you were ready to like throw that in his face and like say how much what you really thought about it, or I don't know. The whole thing just didn't make Lindsay. It wasn't doing what Lindsay thought it was doing.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, you're no Ariana. And we're not taking the bait. You know, we're not taking the bait.
That was a fail on her part, big time.
Mm-hmm. Big time.
It was actually embarrassing because it was so obvious what she was doing.
Yeah, so obvious. And it's like, you're not getting a Broadway show, Lindsay. Sorry.
And like, Do you blame Carl for putting that scene with his parents on? Because, like, well, first, oh yeah, there was another thing that she was super hypocritical. She went on and around to the podcast and said, there's some things that we agreed upon that we wouldn't discuss. And she mentions, has the nerve and the amnesia, the obvious amnesia, to say, including our sex lives. Like, you literally,
Didn't
like,
she
discuss his impotence or
2.5?
whatever.
Didn't she say it was a 2.5?
Yes. Like, are we, like, but she said, oh, he purposely decided to film that. Like, he wanted me to make me look bad or whatever. What do you think about that?
I think she thinks she's Ariana and she's taking every playbook out of Scandival. Oh, he talked because like Tom talked about Ariana's mental health. Oh my God, up in arms, blah 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 blah. Things he weren't supposed to talk about. Girl, you're on a reality TV show. Shut up. Like you can't do that. You can't be like, I can't believe he said this or aired this when you just said your sex life was a 2.5 and that you guys weren't even having sex and you were sleeping in separate rooms in the house and in your apartment. So I'm confused. You can talk about it, but he can't. And I'm happy he showed the conversation with his mother and stepfather because it gave such context to the truth about their relationship. And the fact that the mother was so angry and the stepfather was so resolved, in my heart, again, this is just my opinion, something much deeper than what they said and went down happened. Because the way that mother was beyond just talking. And again, that's just my opinion. You there, Tasha?
Yeah, interesting. Sorry, I was like making too much noise trying to make this food, but I'm listening.
No, you're fine.
Yeah, like I don't know. It's crazy. Like, and the fact, and so I just can't get over the fact that she had the nerve to say, "Oh," and including our sex lives, not like forgetting that she had that whole conversation. And I feel like she was on Nick Vile, but then I kind of like forgot about the timeline. I couldn't remember if that was before or after that scene had been already released, that episode where she did that. Because it's almost like he was like kind of trying to call her out. And he's like, and he even like repeated and sex line. Like he like was like, are you serious, girl? And she was like, yeah. And like, and I was like, wait, and I like didn't have the energy to investigate basically. So like I was just like, I'm just gonna assume he did. But yeah, it was just really crazy to me. I can't like I don't know. There's something about Lindsay that I never
She's just always faking it.
really. It seems like even like just that small scene I saw of her at something about her when she was standing next to Stassi.
So fake.
So fake, right? Her
So fake.
face.
I don't think we've ever seen the real Lindsay.
No.
Maybe, actually, I think maybe
with a sandwich and her like freaking out.
No, I think that was fake too, because her boyfriend at the time, whatever his name was, he said to her, he's like, you're acting right now. He's like, you're not like this. He's like, you're acting. Because she kept being like, I want a grand gesture and all this stuff. She wanted stunts for the show. And the whole like, you don't make me a sandwich and you're not here for me. He's like, I'm working and I came to support you. Like, what do you like? And then he did all the sweet stuff for her and just still wasn't satisfied. And like the whole PowerPoint presentation stunts, I think I agree with him. I think that she's acting because he said that. He was like, you're freaking out. You're doing this. He's like, you're acting right now.
Yeah, she was acting. That's true. I forgot about that. Yeah, I always found out that relationship was very strange to me too. Like the way she just like kind of turned on him. And he seemed like he was like actually trying. And she was just like not having it, but like it wasn't consistent with what she was saying. Like she wanted it. And he's like, okay, he's doing it now. What's your issue? And she was like, no. It was just weird.
I think she just wanted stunts for the show and he was over it.
Yeah, she's one of those that are way too conscious of the show.
Yeah.
And it doesn't translate well and becomes very obvious.
You're being Sandoval right now. When she said that shit, I was like, and the Razzie goes to Lindsay.
That was
like,
bad.
What the hell?
I would have like left if I was Carl. I would just walked out. I would just been like, are you serious? You need to like get a grip on your life right now. And I'm walking out and you can call me when you want to be serious.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're a mess. I don't know. What do you think about this show? Do you like even see it continuing?
I mean, I want it to be over because I was realizing I was only watching to see the demise of Carl and Lindsay. I just wanted to see what was going to happen between their like with their breakup. But like, let's go into like who are we invested in, and let's see if we're invested in these people.
Like a nobody.
Okay, Carl and Lindsay. I'm not invested in Lindsay, and I want the best for Carl, but I don't need to watch him on my screen. But I want the best for him.
Same.
Okay, Amanda and Kyle. I'm actually invested in Kyle. I want Amanda to either be a good wife or for Kyle to leave her. And I'm not, glorifying divorces. I'm not wishing them ill. Nothing negative, but if it was reversed and a man was that disrespectful, and you guys, I'm not crying, my voice is just getting all crazy, was that disrespectful to his wife, everybody would be up in arms. Up in arms. So I need Amanda to step it up.
Right, they'd be like picketing by now. It'd be ridiculous.
Oh, thank you. Carol says, love your podcast, Candy. Thank you, Carol. I appreciate that. Thank you. So I'm actually invested in Kyle. I wouldn't mind seeing him. Sarah and West. Sarah can go. West can stay. What do you think about them?
I like just took a bite. Every time you go to do that, I'm like, I just took a bite. I'm like, dang it. Okay, Wes, I don't know, something about him. I think he's really likable. However, there's something off about him too, and I can't put my finger on it.
I think in a couple years, Wes will live his truth.
I knew you were going to say that.
And I'm here for it. I'm here for it. I support it.
And it may or may not be with Jesse. We don't know.
Hey. Is it weird if I get hard right now, guys? Also, with Jesse. Sorry, 1 second.
Yeah, I wish the best for Jesse. I hope he's okay.
I need a cough drop, you guys.
I hate that when it gets like that itch, and it's just like, yeah.
Itch and you're like, oh my God.
You're like, I need to cough, and now it's like not coming.
Now it's here. Okay, but can we talk about how staged Jesse's surprise party was? Because how did he just so happen to have a full song ready? You know what I mean? He had a full song. What would Jesse Solomon do? Ready to go on the ready at a surprise party.
Like pre-made, no problem.
Pre-made, no problem.
Like, do you want me to press play, guys? It's like, what?
It's like, what? He's like, go, hit the beat. Dude, hit the beat. Like, hit the lights.
And what if he even had like a pre-made dance moves to go with it? Like, it would be
I wouldn't be surprised if they're like trending on TikTok.
Like the dancers come out. Like, yeah. I'm done.
Crazy.
Yeah. Sierra gets on my nerves. She needs to just stop. It's like she's not convinced that. I feel like she is in denial about her like being unhealed too.
Mm-hmm. They all are.
She thinks it's everyone else.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, no, girl, you need to stop dating. And like, I don't like her attitude. It kind of gives me a stank attitude.
Me too.
She's kind of boring. I feel like, I don't know, she kind of has a nasty attitude, and it's similar to Paige. Yeah, there's just something about her I just don't like, and I can't put my finger on it. And ever since she's not funny, like you said, her voice is kind of annoying. It's like I can't even do it. And I know my voice can be kind of groggly too, but like, come on, girl, you're on TV. And I don't know, like. Why is she always chasing these things? And like, remember when Wes was on Watch What Happens Live, and he said that him and Austin were like DMing or whatever? I was like, what?
That's why I said Wes was never really into Sierra, because no man that really respects a woman, and I'm not saying they have to be together, obviously, because you can break up, but if you don't have that baseline, and I'm not saying he disrespects her, but that baseline true interest, you're not going to be chopping it up with the ex who literally played the crap out of her on national television.
Right. There should be like, sorry, even if you
You're
have an
not gonna
element of
chop it
caring
up.
about me, there should be an element of like, I don't know, a little bit protective. I'm not saying you got to
Mm-hmm.
go off on the dude. I'm not saying you even got to hate him, but you got to be like a level of protective to the point that at minimum, you don't want to be friends with him. Let's just put it that way. You
Yeah,
know?
you can be cordial, but you're not chopping it up and following each other on Instagram and broing it out.
No.
This is what I think happened. I think Austin DM'd Wes and was like, yo, listen, Sierra is crazy. You know, she knew we weren't anything. She wanted more, whatever. It was just sex. And then she got everybody to turn against me and all the audience and blah, blah, blah on the page and all that stuff. And then like he was like, yeah, man, like I was worried about the same thing. Like if I didn't get with her, Paige would be mad. And then the audience would turn and blah, blah, blah. So like just be careful, man, because like she'll like talk crap about you and blah, blah, blah.
And to be honest, that was kind of true. He kind of
It
did
was
say that.
true. It was true. It was, the thing is, because it is true. Now all of a
He even
sudden,
said that. He's like, if something happens now, everyone's gonna like, yeah.
everyone's gonna hate me. And then
Mhm.
and then it did kind of happen because now Paige and Sarah are all like, oh, Wes is so immature and like he doesn't want to have a relationship and blah 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 blah. And it's like, is he immature or is he just a dude who was dating and no longer wants to date you because you're wounded and weird?
That part. Wounded and weird. That's what it's giving.
That's what it's giving.
Like, you're
And
not fun. You're being really standoffish. You're not giving him anything. Like, and I'm not even saying you have to give your body or whatever, but like, you're not even really talking about it. You're not saying, hey, I have a policy and this is just what I believe. You know, if we catch feelings, maybe I'll be more open to it. But like, I know maybe this isn't what you're used to, but this is what I'm kind of currently comfortable with. Is that cool with you? You know what I mean? That would have been like a normal, mature thing, not for her to like never talk to him and then like and you know what I mean? I don't know. It was just very immature and weird. Like you said, wounded and weird.
I should do a t-shirt. Wounded and weird, not us.
Yeah.
Not us. No, totally. Totally. And then they play victim and blame the guy when it's just like, are these guys that bad or are they just kind of dudes? If you give a kid candy, they're going to eat it. Like, girl, stop.
Yeah, they're just being dudes. They're just like who they
yeah,
are.
they're like just being dudes. Like they're actually like not that bad at dudes.
No, it's just like
just dudes.
He didn't, and it's like she felt entitled almost because she thought, I feel like I'm more attracted to this guy, so therefore he should be doing whatever I want, and if I want to make him like give him absolutely nothing, he should still be waiting for me on bended knee.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
I think that's what she ultimately thinks. She's like, I'm really comfortable with him, and I don't know why, because he's not older, doesn't have money, and I'm genuinely more attractive than him, and I'm technically more popular because I've been on a show longer. So he should be doing whatever I want, and whatever scraps I give him, he should be meet me with the utmost like gratefulness. You know what I mean? I feel like that's what she thought. And when it didn't happen, she was like feeling some sort of way. And maybe like that made her like kind of like be like, wait, what's wrong? You know? And it was just like, and then he was like, no, girl, like you're being weird. Like, so I'm going to keep doing my thing. And now I'm really aware of the circumstances that like, you know, this is becoming a bigger thing than it needs to be. So, and if I do decide to, you know, be like, maybe I'm not into this anymore, now it's going to have all these ramifications. And now you're putting me in this like social like consequence of it all, you know? That like really is not called for, considering how like light this should have been.
This is what I think is happening. I think he was genuinely trying and was like into her, but she has a wall up because she's scared of getting hurt again, and she hasn't completely healed any yet. And so then he's kind of like, okay, well, like, there's something off here. I'm not connecting with you. I probably don't want to do this anymore. And then she's going to blame him. But the truth is, your wall is what kept him out.
True. Facts on facts.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, it was just like, I feel like, yeah, and it bottles down to the fact that it's the lack of communication of it all.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like a lot of stuff, I feel like in general, especially in dating, I feel like communication, and it's not even communication, it's understanding what the other person is saying too. Because you can talk as clear as you want, but if the person is like too surface level or too in their own world to even understand what you're trying to communicate, then it's going to be pointless too. But she said absolutely nothing to him. And I feel like that ultimately lends to her thinking that she was ultimately better than him. And therefore, he should have been grateful for whatever scraps she gave him. And I feel like Paige probably reinforced that as well. And I don't know. Just when her and Paige get together, I just get like nasty energy. And I'm not even a Danielle fan. And like, I also think she's like, there's some like unhinged, like weird energy with her too. Like, that's the thing. I don't really like any of the girls on the show.
I think Danielle is just codependent, trying to find self-worth.
Yeah. And it makes me uncomfortable though.
Yeah.
It's like to the point where I'm like, okay, I don't really
But I think Danielle is more genuine than the other girls are, though.
I do too. But I mean, as genuine, I don't think she's fully self-aware though. So when she's being genuine, she's like, she is being honest for what she's able to comprehend, you know? Like,
no,
she's being
I disagree. I think that she is self-aware and she knows what's going on. But I think that when she tells the other girls about themselves, because they don't like her or respect her, then they want to like tear her down. Like, well, you don't have this and you don't have that. And Danielle is very much like, I know. She's like, I know Rob cheated on me and I thought we're going to get married. And now I'm in my hoe phase and I'm hurting. And, you know, now I can no longer be in that. I'm doing that. Like, and when she was talking on the after show with Amanda, she was like, you know, it's really scary starting my own business. I have imposter syndrome. I don't know what I'm doing. I think Danielle is very self-aware about what's going on. But I think just because people don't like her as much, they give her less grace. Almost like a Katie, where it's like, Katie could be the biggest victim in the world and people are still going to be mean to her because she's Katie. And it's like Danielle could say something that's true, but they're going to dismiss her because she's Danielle. And the cringe factor comes in from her codependency and people pleasing and trying to fix everybody around her. When everyone's like, you need to fix yourself. And she's like, yeah, I know. It's almost like the Katie effect.
Yeah, that is kind of true. I don't know. I feel like, but there is an aspect to her, like when I was watching Winter House, where she really wasn't self-aware. Maybe she was like in retrospect, but while watching her, she wasn't. And
About
and
Alex?
it was who was that curly-haired guy? Is that what his name was?
It was Alex, right?
Yeah.
I think that was his name. No, I actually think that she was being gaslit. Because she was like, wait, Alex and Jordan, like, you guys have something going on. You're flirting. But, like, Jordan, you said you didn't want him. And now I'm sleeping with him. Him and I, like, yeah, we're just having fun. Because I understand that.
Yeah, that's true.
You could just want to have fun with a guy. Because she was like, no, like, you're hot and you're cute. And, like, I want to hook up with you. But also be very disrespected if while you're living in the same house, someone who says that they're your friend that you knew going into the house, who said they did not want him, now that you're smashing him, is all in his face while gaslighting you, acting like you're crazy. When the truth was,
Jordan was absolutely out of line
and
for
Alex
that.
were 1,000% flirting. Jordan was 100% throwing Danielle under the bus, playing the hell out of her, talking about her behind her back, but to her face being like, you're crazy. Nothing's going on. You're so insecure. You want like blah, 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 blah. And then Alex was also like buyer's remorse because he was like, oh, wait a minute. I could have got Jordan, but now I'm with Danielle. But the gag is Jordan only wants you because you're with Danielle. Because
That's the
Jordan is
fact.
also wounded and weird as F.
I can't stand Jordan.
I can't stand Jordan.
Like, I can't. Like, I find her, like, I think her woundedness has borderline made her evil.
She is evil.
Yeah.
100%.
I don't like her at all.
100%.
She is
My
nasty.
voice came back for that one. She's nasty.
Yeah. God's like, we need you to yell this.
From the rooftops.
Yeah, she has nasty energy. I don't like her at all. She makes me uncomfortable. And the thing is that I actually liked her the first season. Like, I didn't mind her. I was like, okay. No,
Yeah.
I see her for what she is, and it's weird, and she's selfish and just
Justice
like,
for Jasmine.
yeah,
They did Jasmine so dirty because they're so jealous of her.
that is true.
Because they want to be the HBIC. But I'm sorry, it's Jasmine. And Preston, I'm disappointed in him. Turning on Jasmine for those fake girls who don't even like him.
That's true. That's true. Yeah. So, and after that whole fact, when they had, it was like a Watch What Happens live appearance, and Jordan was like in the audience with them, and I was just like, I was like, you're such a snake. And the thing is that she's a snake because Danielle didn't do anything to her, right? At all. Danielle was literally oblivious. Danielle thought that girl was her friend. And the fact that she like did all that and was like so unapologetic. Like
makes her behind her back.
And it's
like,
one thing
dirty.
like, and because Danielle, like, love her or hate her, she does kind of have like an innocence about her when it comes to that, like, kind of friendships and stuff, you know?
Yeah. She's like, what do you mean? She's like, you said you didn't like
You're like, I thought you were my girl. Like, what's going on?
Like, what's going on? Yeah.
Yeah.
No, they played the hell out of her.
Yeah.
They played that. They gaslit the hell out of her because when she was saying like, you know, I feel like something is off here, something is going on, and don't forget, she was coming out of her breakup with Rob. So who had cheated on her? So of course she's not in the right headspace when you find out your person cheats on you and now they're broken up with you and they made it clear they don't want to be with you anymore. And she's like, well, fine, I'm going to be in my whole phase and I'm going to, you know, do what I want to do and blah, 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 which obviously is more just like avoiding healing, but whatever. It's fine. People do it. And she was always very clear. She was like, no, this is just like for fun. But at the end of the day, like, don't disrespect me. Like, I'm hooking up with this guy and now you're disrespecting me and we live in the same house. I would feel the same exact way Danielle did.
Oh, no. I would have lost my...
Yeah, I would have lost it.
Oh, I would have, like...
I would have stopped sleeping with Alex. I would have paid him dust forever.
Yeah, she should have done that.
Yeah.
And she should have exposed Jordan for who she was.
Agreed.
And I feel like she let her off very lightly. Like, very lightly. And it
Jordan
was actually
is insufferable to me. She's a little demon.
Honestly, she really is. Like, she has a nasty spirit. Like, this, even her face, like the way her like you could just see like the smugness and like this weird like content look in her face. Yeah. It's just nasty.
It's very nasty. And
yeah,
I think she's jealous of Jasmine.
I do too.
Very jealous of Jasmine.
Yeah, it's gross. And Sierra, she kind of has a nasty spirit too, to be honest.
Thank you. I'm happy I'm not the only one. I'm like, this chick is mean.
She has a nasty spirit. It's negative Nancy. Like, she just, that's what she's a downer. She doesn't have a good vibe. She's low vibrational. Totally. She's always complaining, feels entitled, is like, not that, like, she's just weird.
I agree.
She's therapy and like, I don't know, an exorcism, whatever. I don't like her. And I'm over Paige, like I said.
Me too.
I'm over Lindsay. Well, like, I never liked Lindsay, but like, I don't need to see her on my screen anymore. I feel like she's not really close with any of them. And she only interacts with them because of the show.
Mm-hmm.
And it's very fake and forced. Her and Danielle are cool still, obviously, but like I feel like Danielle is just one of those people that like it's
Danielle will be
hard.
cool with anybody as long as they're cool with her.
Exactly. And
Yeah.
especially since her and Lindsay have had such a history, it's going to be
Mm-hmm.
really difficult for Danielle to let that go, regardless of how positive it would ultimately be for her, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I don't know. It's just weird. And Carl, yeah, I think he's a sweetheart and all, but I
Mm-hmm.
don't think he's right for the show. Like
Mm.
he doesn't have that personality.
Wait,
He's
Carl?
yeah,
Carl.
not Kyle, Carl.
Carl.
Sweet Carl, yeah.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
I just don't think he's right for the show either. He's
Mm.
just like he's healing. He's like in his healing sober journeys on. It's not really right for reality TV. You can tell he just kind of just shows up and he's just like smiling and he's like, yeah, maybe he's having fun and stuff, but like it kind of looks weird.
I think if we see Carl without Lindsay, because I think a lot of why he was like that was because of the Lindsay situation. Like I wouldn't mind seeing Carl sober and have that representation on TV without Lindsay though. Because I think if they do come back for a next season and Carl is there and he's not with Lindsay and he's either single and happy or met somebody new, I think it'll be different.
That's true. I just don't know why they got together. I always found that weird.
Mm-hmm. Me too. I thought it was very strange.
Like they didn't work out the first time. Like why?
They just
But
seemed
like
more like brother and sister to me. Like it seemed very incestuous. It didn't make any sense.
well, I think that's Lindsay always liked them. So she made it a point to like, she was like, okay, I'm going to play the long game and just be your friend and act like we're bros. And then she kind of like, I think, wore him out almost, it seemed like.
Or
Because they
maybe
moved, they lived,
she caught him at the like a rock
right?
bottom.
That's true.
Very vulnerable after the death of his brother, becoming sober. She was sober with him, and then she stopped being sober with him. Seems like she caught him.
Yeah. Like I felt like it was strategic.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah.
and I know.
And I've said it before. I think she got drunk and pushed him. And that's why they were sleeping in separate bedrooms.
Oh, damn.
Because remember, it came out that they were sleeping in separate rooms even in New York before filming even started. Because when they got to the show, they were already fighting and sleeping in separate rooms.
Right.
And then it came out that they were already sleeping in separate rooms when they were at home. That to me is something happened. Something really deep happened. Deeper than what they've shown. And my gut, again, that's just my opinion. Don't sue me, Lindsay. I'm not saying this is true.
This is just your fantasy opinion that you came up with as a fan watching the show.
Hypothetically.
Super hypothetical, alleged.
Hypothetical.
All the words. Yeah, like I don't know. I could kind of see it. I think that she has this weird aggressive side. And
I mean, the fact that they kept saying the word, he is scared. I am scared. I am scared. To me, the nail in the coffin was when the stepfather said, you are going to be in like a world of hurt or something like that. And it's only going to continue. It's only going to get worse. That's language people use with physical abuse.
See, I just took it as like, this doesn't seem like it's going to ever come up. So to get married, it's only going to multiply. And obviously that's going to be a world of hurt, you know? But I don't know. You could be right.
I think people use the language, it's only going to get worse from here if they're talking about physical abuse. Because I think if it was just verbal and fighting, it's more like, you guys need to go to therapy. You need to work on your communication skills. You have to learn how to talk to each other. As couples, you're going to fight, but you need to learn how to fight in a healthy way. She can't be yelling at you. She can't do this.
You know what? That's true. Because if I reversed it, if it was a man, that's true. You're right. I just reversed it in my mind, and then it made sense. I literally just did that.
Do the reverse. Because if I'm your girl and you're talking to me and my man hit me, you would be like, Candy, You need to get out. You're setting yourself for a lot of hurt. It's only going to get worse from here. It's only going to escalate from here. He's not going to change. He hits you once, he hits you again. That's the language you would use. But people don't catch it when it's a woman versus a man. Because when the stepfather said that, I was like, oh, she hit him. Again, this is just my brain hypotheticals.
That's true. And I think it's, like I said, it's probably difficult for people to imagine it. But if you reverse it the other way, it becomes way more clear.
Way more clear. And that's why I feel like the mother had that level. Like, go back and watch. And really
she had to stain on her face when she walked in that room.
Like, really look at the mother's energy. She is pissed and she is angry. And to me, that's a mother who has, you put your hand on my child, but I promised I wouldn't tell. But if I catch you, I'm going to catch you.
Yeah. You better not catch me on a bad day because you're going to get it, girl. Yeah.
I'm going to catch you outside with these hands every time.
Right. She definitely walked in there where she had like disdain, and Lindsay was like trying to play dumb and be aloof.
She was like, oh, hi.
And like talking with her stepmom, who I don't remember.
I had never even heard of a stepmother.
Because I know she had an aunt and she made it seem like she was motherless.
It was always the aunt. Yeah. When did the stepmother magically
And she's like, you've been in my life since I was 3. We're like, girl, you had a whole storyline where you didn't have a mother and maybe an aunt came in your life. Like, what is going on?
I'm so confused.
Exactly. So I was just like, what?
What?
And then, it seemed I think it was like almost performative too for Carl's mom. Cause she was like, what the, and she's like, oh, I'm just talking to her. And she was like, and Carl's mom was like, what are you doing? I think,
all right, mother, daughter.
Yeah. I think also Lindsay, she probably knew all the stuff that went down. And then she's watching Lindsay being the performative fake person she was. And she was like, probably like, oh, this is too much. Like,
exactly.
My son needs to get out of this immediately, like yesterday.
Yeah, the mother and the stepfather, their energy and resolution to me goes beyond just we're having arguments. She accused me of, being drunk or on something. It went deeper than that.
And the fact that Lindsay is pretending to be shocked when they were like sleeping in separate beds, you realize that like that only happens.
Something went down if they are sleeping in separate beds. And she said they only had sex twice in the entire summer.
And she thought that was normal, and she's shocked. And it's like, men aren't great at confrontation sometimes. You really thought that just because he wasn't really saying anything, that things were just going to move ahead?
And I think he was saying stuff. Yeah, I think he was saying stuff off camera.
He was trying to, yeah.
Yeah.
And like it's like silly. It's like, why were you I don't know if she was just like being fake and like just really wanted just to be married, or if she was just so delusional and she's maybe like toxicity like that is just her norm and she didn't see the issue with it. Like, I can't really decide. It might be a little both.
It's crazy. And the whole how up in arms they got over him saying, I need you to be softer. Like, duh. What man doesn't want his woman to be softer?
Men don't like you yelling at them and coming at them. That's why they like us, because we're supposed to be that soft. If they wanted that, they would have been with a dude.
100%.
Like, would they like us because we're soft and that we comfort them and we make them feel good. Like, that's why men like women. They don't want a drill sergeant.
We're supposed to compliment them. It's supposed to be complimentary, not competitive. It's like she's competing with him. And when you compete with your man, it will never work. You're supposed to compliment your man, not compete with him. And when you are in your masculine, you are competing with him. That's why she was like, I make this much money, and you're doing what? And what about this? And it's like, are you in HR? Like, what the hell is your problem? Just say, good job, babe. Just say, good job, babe. That's all you got to do. All you got to do. And let him show up for you. But she keeps being like, I want you to be thriving and this, and this. But she gives him no space to thrive. She suffocates him.
When you're someone who's like struggling and you're trying to like climb out of that, to have someone breathing down your neck going, are you doing this? Are you doing this? Are you doing this? Like, you're going to freak out and it's probably not going to produce great results. Like, it just probably won't. And like that's probably what we see with Carl. And I just like I feel like he is way more sensitive. I feel like she is in her masculine way too much, and it probably caused Carl to probably fall back in a more feminine role. And then Lindsay's getting bitter because she was like, I want a man. And it's like, well, stop being so masculine. And like also stop forcing relationships. Like you guys aren't really compatible like that. You never were. Like this is like a very forced situation and you know it and you're in denial about it. And everyone can see and everyone has always been able to see. You guys were super fake when you first emerged as this lovey-dovey couple. It was weird for everyone. And they weren't being haters.
Agreed. I moved outside, so let me know if you guys can still hear me, okay?
No, I can.
Okay, good. Yeah, like it's also very off-putting to see a woman try to be a man in relationship. It's just very icky to me.
Like in a heterosexual relationship, it will never work. And it doesn't matter how you convince yourself because it ultimately comes down to like energies. And they're supposed to be like when they're not in the right place, that's when things start going haywire. You start acting weird, like he'll start acting weird, and there goes your relationship. And it's because you're not healed. Like whatever caused you to fall back on your masculine way too much is like causing the problems in all of her dating, really. It's not just with Carl, you know?
Yeah, with herself. And it's like she needs to do one of two things. She either needs to like get some real help, fire her therapist and get another one who is actually going to help her and not placate her and get some real deep help. That, and she also needs to find a partner who is already in his healthy masculine, who's actually not going to tolerate her crap. Because Carl plays beta to her. And he kind of cowers and he kind of goes down and, and that's it. And, he kind of like cowers to her and gators to her in that way. And it's like, she needs to find a man who is already in his healthy masculine, who's not going to put up with that. And if she is healed enough, or at least wants to be, she will then heal her feminine. But you can't have a man who is in his wounded masculine and you are in your wounded feminine, and then so you're overcompensating by being in your masculine. That dynamic will not work. Because it's two wounded people trying to make something healthy, and you can't do that.
And they're both like not really operating in the right energies, and it's just like, it's going haywire. I almost can picture her with someone with like really tall and with a really deep voice. That will be like, because you know how like sometimes with women, and I know it works with me, like if you hear like a man and he's not being disrespectful, but if he goes, Natasha, if he's told me Natasha, and I'll be like, okay, like, and I'm not even like that, but like something about like a strong masculine energy will make the most masculine woman fall back.
Irene says, Candy, sometimes the woman has to step forward because the man either won't or can't medically. Well, I'm happy you brought this up because being in a healthy masculine is not just about money. Yeah. It's about someone who makes a woman feel safe, supported, and provided for in her needs. So you could have a woman who is the breadwinner, but when she comes home, she is able to be in her feminine because he energetically is in his masculine. So it's not about money per se. There's a lot of women who work full time and they're like, when I come home, I want to be soft. I want to be the woman. I want to be in my feminine because all day long I'm in my masculine at work. So it's not about who makes the money. It's about, because it's not even about gender. It's about energetically, how do you show up for your partner? Who is leading? Who is supporting? And it's like a give and a take. So it's not just about who makes the money. That's not masculine, because you could have a man who is the breadwinner who is still in his wounded masculinity or toxic masculinity. Just because you make the most money doesn't mean you're healthy. And if he won't step up, then leave him. If he can't step up Is he still healthy? And in other ways, he makes you feel supported and seen and loved. Because you could have a man who stays home all day with the children, but when you get home, he makes you feel like a queen. He's still there to take care of you. At the core issue, what really is going on in a lot of relationships and why they fail is because there is a lack of acknowledgement and appreciation
Mm-hmm.
for your partner. So let's just say, quote, traditional. The man goes out and works and makes all the money, and the woman stays home to cook and clean and take care of the kids. This is unhealthy when the man says, I make all the money, so you have to do what I say, and I give you this easy life, and he doesn't appreciate the value that she adds to creating the family. Flip it on the other side. When the woman is like, I cook and I clean and I take care of the kids and I do all this stuff, and you take me for granted and you don't appreciate me, for everything I do. You just go to your job, and she resents him because he's like not home, or he's working, and he's like, but wait a minute, like Kyle, I'm not working for fun. I'm working to provide for us, and I'm doing this for us. She doesn't appreciate or acknowledge the value he adds. At the core of it, whether it's the woman or the man, the core is, do you acknowledge your partner for the value they add, and do you show your appreciation in a way that they receive it? And that's what you think about, like love languages, right? Do you express your appreciation to your partner in a way that they feel appreciated by you? That's really what the core is.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what happens a lot in relationships. That's why the majority of people, when you talk about why they get divorced, I didn't feel valued. I didn't feel appreciated. He didn't see me. She didn't see me. She took me for granted. All she wanted was my check. All he wanted was me to cook and clean and cook for him. Because when you fail to see the value the other person brings, that breeds separation, disconnect, resentment, paranoia, all of those things. So I'm going to go find someone who appreciates me.
Appreciation is big.
Huge.
Because just in general, I feel like with humans in general, I know that
Wait 1 second. Fire Robin said, Lindsay needs to get with Kyle and Amanda can get with Carl.
Oh my God.
I heard Amanda was with Jesse. I think that's just a joke though.
But just in general, I know with me, I don't do things for applause or whatever. But if you only notice the bad things that I'm doing, if I slip up, if I'm putting in extra effort to do things, but as I do it, I accidentally, I don't know, leave something out, and you go, why is this out? And you're like, okay, sorry, but haven't you seen me really doing all this extra stuff? No, you're just only going to notice that. And then I'll start to get resentful. And it's kind of like that with relationships too. It's you can't be entitled, you know what I mean? And so you have to appreciate, the support and the effort that the other partner puts in, for them to want to keep going. Because being appreciative is what makes you want to keep going. If someone's appreciative for you and they notice your efforts, especially when you really care and are trying, that makes you want to keep going. You're like, oh, you like that? Okay, no problem. I'll do more,
Yeah.
It's like that. And yeah, and it's kind of just felt like there was some weird, it's kind of like with Amanda and Kyle. There's a lack of appreciation for sure.
100%.
It's heavily on Amanda's side, to the point where it's
yeah.
Are you okay, girl? Because this is coming across as maybe
insane.
blind or in Delulu. What's happening?
Yeah.
But
Yeah. Irene says, do most women run the households like they did in the 70s? I think at this point, honestly, it's more like
a team.
No, unfortunately, I think the women are working and running the household, and that's why they're so burnt out. It's how many women are I go to work and I work full time, then I come home, I still have to cook and clean and take care of the kids.
That's insane.
It's there's
I don't know how people do both.
The workforce. Exactly. Yeah, Jen says, I do, LOL, I full-time job, full-time mom, at the same time, exhausting. Exactly.
I don't know how, women actually do that, for 20 years. I don't know how. I personally don't think I could.
Yeah.
because I get like energetically really like sucked dry. And like, I just feel like, yeah, I don't know how they do it, but bravo, you know.
Yeah.
But I don't wish that on anybody because I don't think that's necessarily fair. I get it that we're in circumstances sometimes where we just have to push through, you know, so I respect and applaud that because that takes a lot. And I definitely recognize that. But yeah, I don't know. I think that, and I think a lot of it, I think with like most of the relationships that we're seeing, even with like Paige and Craig, it's a lack of appreciation. I don't know so much with Sierra, maybe a little Sierra, but because it's like this entitlement situation. And like, that's how it kind of is in New York too, because you get like this view of you. You're like, if I'm pretty, if I'm doing this, then I should have, you get this illusion and that they tell you in like Sex in the City and everything, that you should have men falling at your feet. And they honestly don't, because there's a lot of women. And if you're not gonna like be that one, then someone else will. And it's like people aren't going to be falling at your feet, especially when you have a nasty energy and attitude, because you could be the prettiest of the prettiest, but if you don't have like a energy and attitude that's welcoming to a guy, if that's what you like, then you might not have your dance card full, as full as you think.
Exactly.
What's Mama Candy saying? But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I agree, Irene. In general, people do give less compliments. It's kind of like sad. I feel like
Very sad. It's very sad. And then you get people like Paige who are like, I'm cosplaying as a feminist, but you better bow down to me. Well, which one is it? Do you not need him, or do you need him to sacrifice everything? I'm confused.
it's just very weird. Like, where does she think this is going to go? And how everyone's like, do you think that Craig is going to move to New York or blah, blah? Why is there a question? Craig has an actual business career. He has a
Exactly.
brick and mortar with actual employees. He owns a home that he renovated. And you wouldn't think that that's nothing and he should live in New York.
That's right. Like, she wants him to like sell his house. Is she crazy?
It's insane. He has a brick and mortar store with lots of employees. And you think, oh, because it's just New York. That's why she thinks. She's like, just come to New York. And the way they treat Kyle's business, they don't understand hard work. These women were too spoiled and they're entitled. It's so out of touch. It's actually very weird. Like, they honestly don't understand it. It doesn't, like, he has a whole home and a business his whole life. He has actual roots there. You technically don't. Like, yeah, your family's probably from the tri-state area or whatever up there, but like, you don't own a home. You don't own a business that's actually like has a residence there. Like, you have, like you said, a very remote style business that can be taken anywhere. And the fact that you're saying,
She's a
no,
glorified she's an influencer. Like, girl, sit down. You know what I mean? Like, don't use that as an excuse for not to if you just don't want to be with him, just let him go.
I think she's too spoiled to be with anyone, because I think she was very spoiled by her parents. And I think she's kind of like open about that. But like, the thing is she expects like her partners to do the same. And, you know, they're not. It's just, you know, they're just actually not. And she has this weird New York delusion that like everyone just needs to live in New York. And the fact of the matter is, it's not for most people. I mean, some people could do it, but for most people, it's not really conducive to raising a family. And at least what people have an idea of how they would want to, which is like having a backyard, you know, like a more like way that they most likely. I'm not knocking if you grew up in a city and that's just, you did that and you like it and your kids do that. That's cool too. It's just a different thing. But a lot of people do prefer like to have like, oh, you get on the school bus, you have a backyard, you have a neighborhood kind of thing, you know? And I don't know. It's just weird. It's just weird. She kind of has like the New York kind of elitist of it all, and she's definitely out of touch. Yeah. She said, "Oh, army brat. Is she an army brat? Is her her parents a?"
No, I don't think. No, I don't think Paige is an army brat because she never talks about moving, and she's like obsessed with like the New York area.
Yeah. She just doesn't want to leave the New York area because I don't know why she would date someone from the South then, whose whole life, like, that's his life's work down there,
Like
literally.
he's on Southern charm. Irene says, "Do you guys believe that women dress for women?" I do.
Yeah.
Yes, 100%.
Honestly,
I mean, if you dress cute, you dress for women.
honestly, I think a lot of times too, I dress a lot of times it's just like kind of expressive. You know what I mean? And when you're like expressive, I was actually thinking about this the other day because I felt like I've been like kind of like I kind of got into a cycle of like not like wearing like working out and just like kind of like not really trying and not really like in my fashion kind of thing. And I was just like looking at what kind of startled me because I was like on Instagram actually, and I saw this reel and it was like, you're gonna laugh, it's so random, but it was like of Miami Vice, and it was like Don Johnson and the other guy walking. And Don Johnson was wearing the most perfect man outfit I've ever seen. And it was like to the details. Like even the rip in his shirt was so perfectly placed. It was like every single detail. And I was just like honestly in awe of it. The cut of the denim jacket was hidden perfectly. Every rip was so strategic. And I love that like it was like a 80s high-waisted kind of like wide leg trouser that's like a little crop so they can wear like a cute like manly shoe. And he was just like strutting and his hair was blowing. And he had the perfect sunglasses that were like all black, no bells and whistles, you know, just like black manly style. And I was like, oh my gosh. And I was like, and I was just thinking about, I'm like, sometimes I like wearing jackets. Like I like wearing like you said, you like buying like masculine blazers that are like oversized. And like, that's how you like to
That's
style
my
them.
jam.
I like wearing like almost like because I'm so tall. Sometimes I like wearing like boxy kind of like masculine shaped tops and kind of like so they like hang a certain way and like they're not like I wouldn't describe that as like sexy for a guy. You know what I mean? Like I'm not showing any skin. I'm not even showing really the top half of my body. But I don't know. I just like the way it feels and looks and just like I don't know, just like fits my vibe. It's just like sometimes the way clothes will hang, it just like kind of like immerses into your energy in that moment. I don't know how to explain it.
No, I know what you mean.
And yeah, it's like you could tell like when you put that blazer on, it feels right. If you like the way it hangs, you like to maybe to like wrap it. Like if you're like the way you communicate, you know, maybe you'll move your arm a certain way and you like something to be there in a certain spot when you do it. You know what I mean? Or like I talk and I might want to like I don't know, like bend my shirt a certain way. And I like the way it like if it's like boxy, but like kind of cropped, you know, like that look where it's like wide, but it's cropped so they can tell you're not like huge, but like it's still like, I don't know. And it's like that shape. And like, I don't know, it's like, it's definitely not for men. It's definitely not for the opposite sex always. Like, do you like to be attractive? Do you like to dress for your body type? I feel like that's not necessarily for men either. It's just kind of being aware of aesthetics and like shape too. Like, you know, and obviously if you dress for your body type, you are essentially dressing for your shape and it brings out maybe you're accentuating your own beauty just in a more natural way. It doesn't necessarily mean you need to show like a ton of cleavage or your butt needs to be hanging out or anything like that. But it's just like you're in your femininity in that moment. And yeah, that probably would be attracted to a dude who is attracted to women, you know? I don't know. I feel like I just talked in circles and it probably didn't make sense.
No, I know what you mean. I think it's more of just like an energy. Like a woman could wear anything, but if she is vibing, I think guys pick more of an energy because guys are always like, "Oh, I like her when she's wearing like her like a greasy ponytail and like baggy sweatpants and t-shirt. She looks so hot." Blah, blah.
Yeah,
you know, it's just like I think it's just like a vibe.
Yep.
more than anything else.
If
But
you're
definitely,
feeling
like,
yourself and you're like, this is my look, I'm feeling it, and I put this outfit together.
I think
and
it
I'm
only matters if it's like if you're at a certain event
It's
and
inappropriate.
you are dressed inappropriately. I think
Yeah.
that will either turn. I think that will turn a man off. But I don't think that, like, if it's not something like that, I don't think your outfit will turn him off. Only if it's like a certain, like, you look way inappropriate or to whatever for the setting. I think that could be a turn off.
Yeah, for sure. The guys are pretty like simple when it comes to that.
Yeah.
They really don't. So that's why I never felt the need to ever like, I don't know. But some women do.
Mhm.
And that's the thing like annoys me about Sierra. Girl, you're a model. I feel like she dresses the worst. I think she has the worst
She has
style.
a horrible style.
And
Paige is not stylish. I don't care how much she tries to gaslight us.
she does
Paige,
not dress for her body shape.
she does not. I don't know what is going on there, but it's not cute. I like Amanda's style.
So do I.
I dress more like Amanda than anybody else on the cast.
I don't think her style is perfect, but I think if I had to choose between all of them, it would be Amanda as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
But like with Paige, like I feel like she doesn't dress for her body type, and so like she just puts on trends, and I'm like, no, but like not all trends are for everyone, baby. Like, you know what I mean? Like
she just puts on weird stuff, and like this is fashion. Look at me. It's like, no, you just look like you're trying way too freaking hard.
Like even in that picture that you just showed of her in that apartment, I just looked at that and I'm like, girl, when you have a very short torso and long legs, for even though she's short, her legs. Yeah.
Honestly, I think this is the best she's ever looked.
But the thing is, that makes her torso look even frequently shorter. It looks like
you mean with the jeans?
Jeans, yes.
Oh yeah, that's bad. No,
the jeans look like they're about to touch her neck because like she has a short torso. And so short torsos cannot wear high-waisted denim. I know, because she has like rounder hips and she thinks that's what she's supposed to. But it's not true when you have a short torso. It needs the top of your jeans should not hit the small of your waist. And so because it isn't, it makes her torso look like it's 3 inches, like honestly. It looks odd. So yeah, she doesn't know what she's doing.
Yeah.
Although that dress does look good, I will add. That's the best she's ever looked.
Best she's ever looked. Hair, makeup, everything.
But like I was like, I saw that and I was like, wow, that is horrific. But yeah, I don't know. And I just feel like Sierra, and like, remember I told you like about the colors too? People need to be really conscious of colors, of what your colors are. I think Sierra needs to stop wearing a cold like blue tone like she wore in that one. And oh my gosh, like the after show with her and Paige, they are both representing exactly what we're talking about. What the hell is Paige wearing?
It's the weirdest thing.
And it like she doesn't have the body type for that kind of experimental fashion. Too much
side boob.
It's very just strange. It's like, what are you doing? It doesn't look good, and it's very confusing. And then that color on it seems like Sierra just goes, oh, it's tight, it'll work. Like she doesn't really like put much thought in it. And I'm like, girl, that color isn't you. It's a beautiful color, but like you have like no. You have more like reddish in your tone, and like you can't be wearing that. She looks really good in pastels. And she should stay with that. And like you got to know your colors. And like she is a beautiful girl, so it's a shame to see her wearing stuff that doesn't like showcase it. It's like it almost like pisses you off. You're like, what are you doing? Like you're gorgeous. Like why does this not look great? You should have no excuse. Like stop.
Jen made a good point. She was like, I do love Sierra's costumes. That's true. I will give her that. I will give
her costumes. She's good costumes.
I'll give her the costumes.
That is true.
Yeah.
And I like how she goes extra hard, even though it's funny. Like it's like it looks almost odd. But I find that is funny that she like, I'm gonna be this ugly alien while everyone's trying to be sexy. It's gonna be way too realistic and like,
like over the top.
Yeah, I can appreciate that for sure.
Yeah.
I don't know. But Wes, just looking at the picture of him, Wes just annoys me. Just this picture annoys me. Like I just get
traumatize
really
yourself?
annoyed. Like,
Jeez.
he's way too thirsty,
Mm-hmm.
and he is using her.
100%.
And I think he doesn't need her anymore. So now he's like,
Mm-hmm.
can you
Now
go
he's
away?
because now he's a fan favorite, and so like if he breaks up with her, the backlash won't be so big. Because now it's like everyone loves Wes. He's like in the New York Times. He's the new #1 guy in the group. So now he has enough clout where if they break up, he can still come back and he won't be maligned.
Yeah, he has enough power.
Mm-hmm.
Like he stabilized himself enough in his own.
He has enough favor with the audience.
So that he could sustain a hit if they like went after him.
100%.
And before he couldn't. So like I can see why that happened.
I bet you Summer House gets renewed and he's gonna come back with a girl.
That laugh. Totally. It's just like, girl, you gotta stop. Like Sierra reminds me of like someone that was just like really pretty but like couldn't get her crap together and was just like weird with guys and will like be in like Grey Gardens or something. Mm-hmm. And that's really sad, and I hope she doesn't. I don't wish that on anyone. Like she just needs to get healed and fix her energy and maybe find some more positive friends.
Wounded and weird.
Because you notice when she's around other people, she doesn't act as bad. Her energy isn't as dark as she is when she's with Paige. Like, I don't know, she had that birthday or something where like they showed she had these other friends and they were like normal. And when she like went to greet them, her energy was just totally different. She seemed more down to earth and relaxed and just like less like ornery, I guess. And I was like, oh, okay. Like, yeah, I don't know. I really think it's the company she's keeping. I think she's caught up in it all.
Do you understand her when she talks? Maybe it's just me, but I'm always like, what is she saying?
Not always, to be honest.
It's hard for me.
She doesn't speak clearly, and it's not because she has a Southern accent or whatever, because I don't always hear it. I heard it only when she was on that Watch What Happens Live. And you're like, she's always talked like that. I'm like, I've never heard it. There was some she threw in some extra twang. I'm sorry, she did.
She always has a Southern accent, but I can't always understand it.
See, I just hear her like kind of like mumbling. Like she's just kind of like, oh, well, I just don't like her mouth. It seems like her mouth is always in the shape of an O, no matter what word she's saying.
Maybe that's it. I'm always like, what?
And her mouth also seems very small. I don't know. Am I wrong?
It's weird. I'm the same. I'm always like, what did she say?
Yeah, like it's odd. And
it's
she
like her mouth is numb or something.
It's also the tone of her voice and stuff. She doesn't have a strong voice. It's very like weak and it almost sounds like it hurts her throat to talk.
Yeah.
And that's just her voice. So it's like,
it's weird.
You go, yeah. It is weird. And sorry.
It's all right. You can make fun of me. It's okay.
No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, it seems like she has like that kind of voice where I'm like, yes.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, knock yourself out.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh my God, I'm crying. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Stop.
What?
You're gonna make me laugh harder about it.
Go ahead.
Okay, I will. But yeah, it sounds like she has the kind of voice and she just seems annoying. And I feel like, yeah, that's what I said. I think she saw him and he was like cute and funny and she just thought he's better and she thought she could worship, and when it doesn't work out, she gets all bent out of shape and plays the victim, and Paige riles her up. And yeah.
What?
Okay. Okay, what else? Did we cover everything? I feel like I've just been rambling. I don't even know what I've been saying.
I feel like we did. And I've been on over 4 hours.
You're like, I feel like we
I
have.
came back with a bang,
Let's land
guys.
this. Let's land this plane,
Let's land
y'all.
this, guys.
All right. Thanks for having me.
Oh my
Thanks,
God. Thank you for
guys.
coming. I appreciate you. And we'll be back tomorrow because
What you doing tomorrow?
what do you guys want to do tomorrow?
Oh.
Tell me what you want to do. DM me. Whatever you want, we'll do it. I don't care.
All right, guys, you heard the girl. That laugh. Oh my God. You're like, ah! I can't even do it. Oh my gosh. Okay, yeah, you heard the girl. DM her, give her some ideas.
That's
okay,
right,
bye.
you guys. Bye. Woof. All right, you guys. It's time to go. But as always, I love you guys. And put your comments or questions down below. Be sure to like, subscribe, and share. And as always, I love you guys. And I'll talk to you next time. Bye.